Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Let me sit up. Let me have a good posture. Because posture is important or something. Whatever. You guys ready for 1 to 2 hours of inventory management before we have the most scuffed Act 2 finale of any of these runs to date? I'm ready for that. Guys, today we're totally gonna be finishing Act 2. Listen, yeah, listen. This time, maybe. This time, maybe. Because, like, I have a lot of, maybe possible. I have a lot of, resource acquisition to do. Because, and, let me verify with the wiki page real quick. Um, spiked bulbs. Yeah, Omelum is the only known vendor of these. And I'm gonna need them for Act 3 still. Basically, think of it this way. Against tougher enemies that are capable of bleeding, I will want a spike bulb at least one, like, a turn. So, that's a lot. On top of the usual things of, I need more speed pots. I only have, well, I have 13. That's actually not as bad as I thought. We got 9 coffees, that's okay. 13 invis, that's also okay. 16 flight. Or 20 flight, okay. 25 invis. Alright, actually a lot better in resources than I thought. I do need more vigilance, though. Need more vigilance. We're doing okay on Bloodlust. Yeah, more jump, more vigilance, more featherfall. Unlike most runs where I don't need to worry about flight potions except for summons in Act 3, the Slayer can't use illicit flight, so I'm still going to be chugging those. At least Minty won't have to worry. She can just fly. In terms of XP that's still available, I don't really need to go out of my way getting it, because I don't think level 11's happening, though let me open the sheet. See what we got. If this page will load. Doesn't seem to want to load. I'll give it a little bit. Mr. David Bowling, how we doing? So there's the 3 skeletons down there. Blue Jay and Esther. Let's deal with the Blue Jay. No. Fighter for feats and monk for movement. Basically, yeah, Irish. Yep. This spread allows me to have 3 feats. I get the minus crit from champion. If I was level 11, I'd be going 7 fighter, so I could get the extra jump distance from champion as well. Alarm telling me to start streaming.
Moving ahead.
Kind of want the Monster Hunter Glaive from Romungo just for even more jump distance. I haven't low on animal speaking. That was my last one. I'll have to make a couple of those. Well, maybe you should stream then. You make a very good point. I still haven't bothered to learn the position of those repulsion mines.
I've got nothing. Steel. Eagles are bigger. It's not bloody fair. I got there. Not. It's not even like the eagles. And eagles can be killed.
We're here. This freaky heavy on second screen while playing my own playthrough is literally just debating getting the monster glaive from Roll. He started debating getting it as well. Great minds. Hello, Aster. Great minds. How you doing? Yeah, it's a weapon I do want to give the time of day a little more. So Black as myself did some testing on the damage portion of it, and it is a stat stick for throwing against monstrosities, which is pretty cool. So you get that on top of the jump distance, and I am a slut for jump distance.
Something's on my mind. Glorious! Feathers bloody when...
And that's 10 XP. And 1 XP. Morning Lord's Radiance mostly irrelevant. I could just kind of grab that and whatever. I guess it buffs Minty. Or I don't think it would apply to the Slayer, but considering I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, I didn't make a decision on that egg. No, giving Esther the egg will off-screen blurg. Right? Let me... Quest, steal, get the Yankee egg. Yeah, I don't want to risk losing, Blurg and Omelum, so Esther continues to die, as she does with every run.
There can be no respite. Agreed.
I mean, that's on top of Esther is trash. Sucks. It's awful.
Attend to me.
Ah, you know, look over there. Do you see that wretched little hive?
Take those. Gloves of Baneful Striking aren't the worst thing, but...
You'll be well compensated, of course. Just, I should hope so. Now.
Actually need a backpack. Or several. It's just an egg. I don't know if you're joking or not. There are consequences for giving Esther that egg. Consequences I would prefer to avoid. It's my copium time. You done, Chris? Consequences of more be like sometimes easy.
Very well, but I'll make note
That's
of how
a
much
way of
time you waste
looking at it.
trawling through baubles.
That. I want the blade sword too.
Happy up.
Forward.
Hey Jaybridge, happy Toes Day. We don't talk about that lewd body part here. This is a family show. Not. I don't need physics when I got family. I unironically thoroughly enjoy those movies just because they're so fucking stupid. Amazing formula. Ooh, berry bush. That does remind me I need to go pick up raspberries. Just the one bush here. I think it's just the one here. Gotta go grab the ones by Scratch's original location. Go here. Action movies. The way of putting it. Never watched a Fast and Furious movie. They're terrible, but they're fun. Thing. They're fun because it's just a couple hours of meme
She's
content.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, trade.
Mr. Hot Beverage.
Ooh, Mr. Hot Beverage. Oh, me? Me? Go on. Thank you so much for the 46 months. I hope you're well.
With haste.
Mr. Hot Beverage, I've been promoted.
Something good here, I hope.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Any of the XP tieflings that you don't kill, corpses end up here. So I could have killed you. Well, that is XP I left on the table. Their hot beverage 2024. Who needs world's sexiest man? Mr. Hot Beverage.
No traps, please.
That might be the new Discord nickname. That one, it's good. Yeah, there's still the Paladins of Tyr. I could have Minthara deliver Karlach's head after she checks Cyril's inventory.
I'll take that.
Toss the Paladins every time these days. I shouldn't get used to doing that. Yeah, I've been tossing them, and this time I set up Cyril as a vendor in case I should need her, and I ended up never even talking to her once. So that's my bad.
Always makes my day better.
Get a star in for some vendor.
What can I do for you, my friend?
I need to rest inside Act 2. Or a Star Inn's quest, I guess. I don't really need to. Yeah, a couple things I wish had gone better in this run. I do wish I had gotten more approval with the Star Inn to romance him, because having the happy buff in Act 3 would have been fun. +1 to attack rolls. Not that I need it, but fun. What does she sell? Scrolls and throwables, including bombs. Not really necessary as long as you have Dareth, but I do like canceling out the loss of both Dammon and Aaron. Now, Aaron gets canceled out by, there's a vendor in the Goblin Camp that I haven't used this run yet either.
Don't touch me.
But there's no equivalent exchange for Dammon plus Mattis. So I'm using Cyril to kind of fill that gap.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything
Still
in
an
my
uneven
private
trade.
collection is to your liking.
Give me that too. Still have not tested autos. I know autos works on Ketheric. I have no idea if it works on Merkel. It would be kind of crazy if it did. There's also something that I forgot that I wanted to consider. No, never mind. That's not applicable. I don't have will. Yeah, if I were to do this run over, I wouldn't do the Raid the Grove route. Specifically so that I could still have will, so that it'd be a little more XP positive. I would not... I'd probably not take Auntie Ethel's boon on Constitution, though that would mean it would be doing nothing for me in the short term. Probably take Dexterity, so that I could take a feat setup to get to 18 dex in Act 3 in Slayer form. Kind of thinking through what I would do differently. Didn't pocket any Shatter Scrolls. I would like those for triggering the Daze Ring from Minthara.
Very well.
Never in a million years would I have thought of Silas Tab so I could take Minthara back to Act 1. I didn't think of it either. It's not my trick. I can't take credit. Very cool though. Might actually be useful. I want to get rid of that. I am planning on freeing Daymalin, by the way. That means this isn't an evil run, right?
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Plus 13 persuasion with max attitude, 150% discount. You like to see that. It'd be higher if Barkus had lived. I could have a star and have the Persuade ring on too. That's another mistake I made, that dialogue option I chose.
Tread lightly.
I can get the Exploration XP for going in there, also for completing that whole quest. That'll be Bliss Spores.
Really?
We'll watch some next.
Will be you come across a noble stock mushroom about, you give it here.
Yeah, sure thing,
Gods
Derek.
know I've earned it.
It's getting low on animal speaking. May as well grab that. These are shrooms. Plan is to have a Skelly army from Minty applying various debuffs to Merkel. I'm gonna want Oil of Bane, Oil of Diminution, Wizard Bane oil. Yeah, I'm gonna want all of those applied to him if possible. I could have Minty herself apply one as well. Never had the Slayer drink a gaseous form potion, and I think we should science that out. See what happens. We have a Shatter Scroll.
Bibberbang. Of course, it was Bibberbang.
It was Bibberbang, guys. How could we not know that? You shrink Merkel? I doubt it, but I want to try. Hey Connor, we brought you a friend. You got Voss now. Chilling in the chest with you.
Might as well go myself. Will you come across a noble stock mushroom about, you give it here. Gods know I've earned it.
Yeah, his inventory is getting cluttered again.
"70 years of terror. For what?"
All is ash and meat.
So now I think I'll apply levels to Kree.
I have something
Yeah,
to ask.
got 5 levels to use. Use those for Void Bulb refreshes.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what? I've got a long road ahead. How much further can I go?
Just to show it off. Oath broken.
Thou walkest alone. Love is no and
Yeah, thou walkest alone. Okay.
dost thou require? Thou hast broken thy oath. Before I can aid thee, thou must atone.
Okay, how? No? Okay. Oh yeah, Volo eye surgery. Gotta do that too. I can steal from Volo a bunch. Don't necessarily need to buy his gear. Add other classes, just you have to respec. What do you care, Withers?
Fine.
He's asking if
I greet you, friend of the
character
dark.
single. I almost clicked the option there. One of these runs it's gonna happen. I'm gonna be so unprepared. Terrified. Region's Echo for Radiant Resist is like situationally useful. Suppose I grab it just because there's like a chance. There isn't really, but order.
May your
Aura of Devotion is so good. Charm immunities, isn't that great
I greet
for a
you,
level
friend
7
of the
feature?
dark.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking. So many.
For the price of 7 levels of Paladin, you can benefit from level 2 spell. Love it. Sign me up.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
Welcome back.
Spell
Have-
Chancellor.
I do enjoy a good bargain.
That's
if
why.
anything in my private collection is
He
to
just
your
sneaks
liking.
in having good maths. And other things.
Very.
Third level Paladin spell list. Boy.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Quite a bit to my liking, Blurg. including you. I likes you, and I wants you.
Very well.
Money go. Or courage.
I greet you, friend of the dark. May your
What to do? All right. What now?
Bloodless and oath broken.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do thou art.
Light on my feet.
Pop over here.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Quick step.
Little folk one here I can sell.
Here we go.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now.
Okay, I was checking to see if happy affected persuasion. Does not. Good science. Afford all that? Almost. Yeah. What are you doing? Doesn't quite come through the mic, but he was also purring quite loudly.
Looking ahead. Just thought of something.
He's a good boy.
What can I do for you, my friend? It's...
What happens if I do this?
Breathe deep and move.
Still technically in Slayer form. Yeah, the resistance to everything from gaseous form would be pretty nice. Can't get rid of this effect, though. It's not like the gaseous form spell where you can... Oh, no, I can't. I can just dismiss. That does take me out of Slayer form. Good info. Now if I want Slayer back, I need to silence myself, fast travel. Silence myself again, fast travel back. We know we don't want to click gaseous forms. Unless I'm going to for sure lose Slayer form. But... maybe Minthara clicks gaseous form. She can still concentrate. I'm still silenced.
I've got a long road ahead.
So, back. Yeah, I guess I don't need to re-silence myself, because, region traveling while silenced makes it permanent, or semi-permanent. It'll stick until you apply another silence effect. Wonder if that's useful for anything else. Bypassing certain dialogue triggers. Perhaps. I don't know. Yeah, region traveling again will remove it.
Have I been this
You got
way
one
before?
round trip. That's useful. Hey, Monkey. Welcome, Merkle. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of prep before we get there today.
Yes, if I must. Anything of value? Hear me.
Any sign of the tiefling fiend?
Let's move.
Our enemies still draw breath. If you are sure. Velkin. The rich get richer. You so.
From Misfit only dropping by. I am doing a lot of inventory management between now and then.
me strike. I am your end.
What applied reverb to you? What condition did I apply? I guess reverb boots are just enough. She doesn't even have ability drain. I don't know what condition I applied. Okay. Sure.
Yes. If it is for the best.
Okay, doing the goblin camp.
In your name.
I guess I could have Minty do the talking. The Slayer power level feeling so far. Remember you were a bit nervous earlier. I'm feeling a lot better about it. I've learned a lot about
gaining ground.
what makes it tick.
Didn't expect to see you grubbing around here in the muck and the leftovers.
You're that true soul that's been chumming around with Minthara, aren't you? Yeah, yeah, you could say that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I've been learning a lot on the run. And, I'm a lot more confident. Companion Minthara in Act 1. Yeah, if you silence yourself so she can't start the dialogue, saying she's not changing regions, you can just bring her with you here. But yeah, some of the cool tech we've started using on Slayer is I'm sitting at 28 strength. You know, Cloud Giant famously puts you at 27, but I'm not using that because I have more strength by not doing that. It's a +9 modifier instead of a +8. Slayer form gets 25 base strength at level 10. Everlasting Vigor applies on top of that, taking you to 27. And there are several feats that their ability score increases will apply. Bloodlust, however? Yeah, Bloodlust, Irish. Good call. I probably do run Bloodlust. I didn't mention it, actually. For the finale, that makes so much sense. Yeah, some feats, their ability score increases do apply. Namely, the feats that don't require you to click on, like, the plus or minus slider in the UI. So, Resilience, Actor, put a list in Discord. What did I type? I was testing them individually. Okay, heavily armored, heavy armor master, resilient, actor, and durable. Most of those are strength. Resilient can be whatever you want. Actor is charisma. Resilient is constitution. We have Ethelhair and constitution to get to an even modifier there, +4, which helps our saves against Merkel. Having 28 strength is nice. We're keeping Shadeklinger Armor's buff active. We're keeping Mark of the Shifter active. Benefiting from Monk movement. And some champion subclass features for Fighter. All in all, we're buffing efficiently, and it's made a big difference. Guess I should loot the goblin corpses. Oh, he didn't like that. Sure. He's still alive. Because the Slayer can non-lethal things. For some reason. Thinking of more things I could have done better earlier in this run. I could have taken out more of the Goblin camp before doing the Grove raid. Minthara was already gone, right? So I think I could have just killed everything. Maximized that XP. Got all the dwarf pieces. Crusher's corpse over there. Oh, there's still the Zhentarim. I guess I should deal with them too. That's a marker. Not that I can cache where the speed pots are that I already got. I guess the, there's a note somewhere that shows you where that is. But it's a lot later than just getting it with the check. I think if I go into the Grove, maybe I could grab the Idol of Sylvanas. It should still be there. Is it not here? Does it go to a different room? Maybe it's still on Mole's corpse, actually. Or where Mole's corpse was. That makes sense. I didn't do harpies yet, did I? We do that too. Like Minthara was having some pathing trouble for a moment there. Yeah, there's still some goblins in here.
At your command.
Gain XP. Gain XP. Where's Mole? Not here? Game, don't make me memorize the location of refugee child corpses. Please don't make me retain that information. All not dead confirmed. Did I mention that at my work yesterday there was a meeting topic encouraging the use of generative AI? It made me sick. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't have any kind words towards those who encourage the use of generative AI. The kindest thing I can say is that that people are fortunate to have gotten as far in life as they have, with the fundamental lack of understanding of what creativity is. Yeah, that's me putting it kindly. I haven't talked to Sister Lidlin. Should do that too. Hey Sora, how are you?
I am listening.
Anything you want to say?
Can't think of anything else I urgently need in the Act 1 map right now. I still didn't do my second adamantine craft. Still haven't decided on that. I will have to decide today. Wait, maybe. At least for a bit longer. Yeah, Zuntarum. They can wait a little bit too. And creativity in some cases encouraged for responding to emails. Imagining managers respond to a concern with AI not even fully processing what's in the request to begin with. Oh. How long before HR departments are just an AI inbox? Probably already happened.
Very well. We get along quite well, I think.
What can I do
AI
for my
weapons
friend?
workers. It often boils down to that, doesn't it? The fact customer services are already basically fully AI nowadays is mental. It feels distinctly dystopian, doesn't it?
You seek arms. I seek a warrior worthy to bear them.
And the dreams came.
The level of confidence people attribute to AI scares me more than the AI currently.
Ever at your service.
That's what happens when you have incompetent people making decisions. Their whole perspective on the matter is skewed.
An honor.
Nothing has.
Nothing hurts anymore. Still creeps me out. Yeah, it's some of the dirge lines are pretty raw. I do a Medicaid. If you'd asked me 5 years ago what jobs machines would be doing in the future, I'd say they'd be automating the jobs nobody wants. It's a crazy script flip that it's come for creatives. People were always a commodity. People were always a resource to be consumed and phased out when they were no longer as profitable as desired. Sucks, but that's where we are.
Best be on my way.
Watch your back. Watch the shadows. Keep it quick.
Year-over-year growth. Growth into what? Why more growth? Growth for the sake of growth is absurd.
Welcome back, true soul.
There's
You've come
one
in the
thing
spirit of trade,
the wealthy
I
want.
hope.
More wealth. That's it. Not for any particular purpose, just to have more. And for some people, the ideal path to more is others having less. I was thinking about the freezing sphere memes, and I don't think there's anything stopping you from pickpocketing a bunch of these into Ketheric's inventory in the Mind Flayer colony. You would probably need greater invis to not start the dialogue, but you just pickpocket a bunch of those into Ketheric's inventory before the combat starts. And then you talk him into Merkle form. And then once enough turns pass, they all detonate. That's something I gotta try. I gotta actually science that out. I actually need anything Araj has currently. Are those just fine? Come back for that coffee later. Still a bunch of Moonrise guards that I do have to kill. I wasn't kidding when I said it might be a couple hours before we actually make our way to Ketheric Merkle. It's already been over one. Beanie's return. Hey, Crypto.
Well, hello.
Not a Beanie symbiote, though. So it's okay, right?
Time for discretion.
Disguised.
Just like old times. A little chicanery. Let's prowl. What can we rescue? A little souvenir. A quick profit. Blessed oblivious. You're coming with me.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Let's want to assassinate
What can I
Beanie,
do
I'd
for
wager.
you, my friend? It's
Quite the cozy setup, you. My
Although you're expensive, you know that.
Volo carefully holds the needle, finds the paint. The needle.
Oh, bother.
Volo carefully. Volo slow tap.
Do you feel that?
People.
There appears to be an amount.
Oh, small.
Terribly so.
Never wanted the easy path.
Time for me to head out. Looking forward to Slayer in Act 3. Me too, Monkey. You have a good one. With the proliferation of billionaires, eventually we'll end up doing something helpful for humanity, right? Well, possible. I mean, I do think there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire because you just can't get there ethically. But Mackenzie Scott gives away a lot of fucking money, which kind of sticks out considering her proximity to Jeff Bezos, who is the opposite in every possible way. At least an interesting case. What do you think, Jake? Should we eat the rich? Jake says eat the rich. We're playing 4D chess with PG3, and I'm like, sick, if you shoot web spider, fall down, let's go. There's a lot of depth to the systems that this game lets you play around with. Yeah, everybody group up, follow me around. Group up tighter. There too. Eating rich, not helping too much fat. Fair enough. I don't get XP from these, but I do want Arabasan's gift. That's a paralytic poison that also inflicts vulnerability to physical damage, because of course it does. Few places where I can use that to be silly. Well, let's heal Shovel real quick. Also, the syringe is something you should grab on builds that are doing throwing. It's one of the better throwables. It's like Act 1 stuff, and then the syringe and the lightning jabbers in Act 2, and then in Act 3 you have Bloodthirst, Nyrona, Dwarven Thrower. I guess you also get +2 daggers in late Act 2. Auto crits and that damage doubled? Yeah. There's a very limited number of those poisons in the game for that reason. Jake, get off my monitor. I guess Jake needs food because he's back on my monitor right now. The Artificial Leech is another good throwable. Name is the, alright, hang on. BRB. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, these are, yeah, it doesn't tell you what they do on it, and you don't want to drink it, because that's what happens if you click on it. You're welcome, I hate you. But you throw them at someone, or, I guess in theory, if I had it, next to someone's feet and I jumped, I could pop it that way. Yeah, there's a very limited number of those in the game, so I wanted to stop by and make sure I grab those. I should jump everywhere. It's faster. If someone dared you to drink it, then I would have one turn before the effect would apply to me. There's like a buffer turn, a warning turn for when you're drinking it rather than throwing it. Why are you over here? Oh yeah, I forgot I moved you with the Slayer before.
The way is clear.
He's encumbered. Might need that wooden crate. You don't know. You just don't know. I could use Sister Lidwin to stock up on rotten food. I don't think I'm gonna be doing the barbarian tech on this run though.
Searching.
There's other options for destructible items. I could even use health potions for that, to be honest.
The doctors found oblivion. Well, I will sell you what I'm not dead. Merely medicated. To ease the pain.
Good job, Minty.
Yes. Not much left now. But you're welcome to look.
Okay, yeah, Karabasan's poison is just reskinned crawler mucus. But Karabasan's gift is the crazy one.
Now.
Gifts like Eris's blessing. A lot like that. That was a crit on a 19. That champion minus crit, baby. Act 2 is almost cleared out now. I've done all the fights everywhere, actually, except for finishing clearing Moonrise. There's a couple soul coins I could go grab, but it's just vendor trash, really. So, who do I still need to kill? The rest of Moonrise. I have to kill the Zhentarim. That's it. Could kill the Myconid colony. I don't really want to, but though. I want to try to avoid breaking Dareth this time. I'm also wondering when I pop, Auntie Ethel's gift. Auntie Ethel's charm, excuse me. I get advantage on all checks, like all ability checks. I get 7 temp HP, double carry weights, half fall damage. Yeah, all that until long rest by popping that. I just don't know when I'm going to use that. We want more spike bulbs. Later, I'm just trying to think of what fight I would need it for, is the thing. Merkel is the fight I'm most worried about, but I don't think enhance ability really helps me with any of the things that I'm worried about for the Merkel fight. Like, I'll already have advantage on all saving throws from Shadeclinger armor. Not that that does that anyway, it's just checks. I'm trying to think of when do I have to make checks? And I can't think of a time where the Slayer is going to have to do that. I suppose I could have Minty pop it. That would give her advantage on the persuasion stuff with Ketheric. Both of those checks. Like, do I care about that? What if in the middle of Merkel fight you need to persuade somebody? Yeah, like... I was planning on giving her the charisma buff. So Minty would be chilling at a +3 charisma modifier. +3 with... Does she have proficiency? Yeah, +3 with proficiency. she have favorable beginnings? She does. So, chances are already pretty good. Just roll a 20. Yeah, you know, that's fair. Though favorable beginnings would get burned on the easier check. I'll go kill the Zents now. I kind of wanted to squeeze them for more money. I guess I don't need to. Oh yeah, another thought I had. Was thinking about letting Oscar live this run, because there's items tied to him. No, letting Oscar live. We hate that guy. Let's see, there's the Till Death Do Us Part ring from Lady Janeth, which we get either way. As long as we talk to Oscar before we kill him, I guess. That's just a Beacon of Hope ring. That is an abjuration spell. Useful info. Thinking. Okay, there's the other ring. After death do us part. When the wearer is down, they rise once more with half their hit points restored, but are gripped by shadow possession. And according to the wiki, the shadow possession condition doesn't actually get applied. So it's a cheat death effect in a ring slot. No, I don't think I let Oscar live. Nothing wrong with that on another run. They're any good. You can look at it here. Cheat death in a ring slot could be useful. Obviously, you don't want to put yourself in a position where cheat death is needed, but sciencing out the value of that ring could be useful for certain challenge runs. Like, that'd be a good buffer to have on a level 1 run, for example. You could have Survival Instinct, Blood of Lathander, and that in your back pocket.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
By my oath, orders received.
Actually, no reason not to have that prepared there.
Death comes quietly.
Slayer Performance HP after you get downed? No. Not the crit miss.
Cunning. If you insist. Reporting.
Really want to have Minty shoot anything? I shouldn't have clipped Soul Branding, to be honest.
Veldrin.
He did drop Titan String buff. My goat.
Your command.
Too much shit on me.
Can see me? Quiet as a cloaker. I prefer to take
That boy
lives.
running. I kind of would like to talk to him.
Hardly worth my time. On my way. Lend me your ear.
Wait! For you've rescued none other than the artist, Oscar Fevre. But, assuming Lady Janeth, I made a timely retreat into the countryside. And... Say, I don't suppose you could spare some coin, could you?
find me.
Explosive entrance. Seeing that picture just reminds me how much I thoroughly dislike Oscar. He is trash. Oscar the bitch. Oscar trash makes sense. Now that you mention it. Hadn't thought of it that way. You're very right. Best thing about him is his 75 XP. Absolutely. I don't think this is XP since I already did this from the other side. Did that kick me out of Slayer form? That put me back in. Okay. Oscar the Muppet is so much better than Artist Oscar. Real. There's a dick spot over here. Find someone who looks at your XP the way Quack looks at Oscar's XP. I don't think you want that. I don't think you want your XP extract. You want someone who looks at you the way I look at the XP. Now, that said, I do still want Nemesis from Hades 2 to extract my XP. Forcibly.
Need a throat slitting.
Oh. if my being murder hobo to save the world, I might not be a bitter ghost. I'd probably still be bitter. Especially because, like, it's unlikely that your XP was necessary. It's just a nice buffer. So what's the remaining XP? Turning in the quest in the Myconid colony. Optionally also killing everyone there. Clearing out the rest of Moonrise. Getting Morning Lord's Radiance. Getting the Shard buffs and then killing those skeletons. So they don't need to kill the skeletons. Oh, the XP was necessary. I was death 14,318. That got them to level 94. We need Lantarb anymore? Thing is, Roe Moonglow scares me a bit. I absolutely need to out-initiative Roe Moonglow. I can't do that. Minthara is not allowed to be there. Here's where shit gets tricky. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Here's where shit gets tricky. Do I gamble on a coin flip here? Or do I start the fight from outside of Slayer form and then go into the Slayer form after? That's probably how I do it. Pump Lantar for 10 more Dwarven Splint Mail Armors to sell in Act 3. I could.
On my way. How many die today? How many die tomorrow? I have to keep going.
Like, why am I encumbered? Oh yeah, my strength is so much higher in Slayer form.
Do we have a target?
No one back home will ever believe this.
What's 10?
Walking death.
I go grab Soulbreaker Greatsword. Be plus 12. Struggling with pain, I'm kicking. How are you? Congrats, Innovator. Hoping they are dummies to you too. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. Good so far, but you know, this is only day 2. But I hear you on the struggle with pain. I understand. I'm doing okay. I can't complain. Could, but I won't.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer. Eventually.
Plus H is 12. Guarantee the outspeed here. So what I have to do is, from Invis, from Marcus's ring, I cast Blight.
Are you sure you don't want me to check those crates?
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Remind your sister. Minding our business is our business.
And Tarv joins on my side. Turn into the Slayer. I want to loot the corpse, but I'll wait.
A little fun at last.
Bro just skipped his turn. Do both of our stomachs? Hell yeah. I can lead this guy in here, maybe. There's a couple of you. So what if I then used shovel to close some doors? Sorry, Shovel, you rolled in an awkward place in the initiative. Actually, I can probably still be fine. The 41, so 41. That's Contagion Stage 2. So yeah, enemies going to investigate and like chase around the Slayer because they're like, what the fuck is this thing? Why is it here? Is actually pretty useful for clearing out areas like this.
They wouldn't admit it.
Sort of a localized minor illusion type deal. Thara's minty, does that make Lae'zel lazy? Yes. Minty can't be there alone. I had her talk to vendors in Moonrise for me. 2 of the 3 vendors in Moonrise aren't in the cult, so they don't care if Minty's there. It's the guards that care. Don't notice. I love it. And now you see me. I'm up here. Let's talk. Keep following me. gonna. That's okay. Hey, you want to see a dead body? It's yours, but you want to see it. This guy's AI has been broken for quite some time. Triggered a vandalism crime response. Acolyte Baleb. I have to deal with them still. Or I can deal with the AI broken guy. Still have several more rests I need to do, I think. Yeah, I need to do one for Astarion stuff. Actually, that's probably the only one I need to do. Karlach's dead, Will is gone, already had Gales happen. None associated with Minthara. Already had the Shadowheart romance scene. Oh yeah, are we sharding or are we getting minty this run? Or are we sharding or going minty fresh? Halsin? I mean, he's dead, so Dirge would absolutely still pick him, yes. Lucky double crits. Look at the attack roll in that, though. +4 from proficiency, +9 from strength, +9 from Tavern Brawler. Rolled a 42 to hit there. That's without Bless. can roll. I mean, a 20 and a 19 are always going to hit. But on an 18, yeah, we can hit any AC really. Something would have to have 44 AC for us to have to crit to hit it. Isn't this your preferred Halcyon flavor, dude? Don't ever put Halcyon flavor in a sentence like that. Ever again.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
Prefer the flavor of mint or shart. Cultured as always. That is 115 attitude. It's okay, we just knocked them out. It's fine. Okay. Aside from getting Araja's XP and then also a 1 XP guy in Araja's room, Rise is cleared. Looted this. Flashing immunity. Divine Bone Shard. HW. Lantaro's not friendly towards a Slayer anymore, but like I don't have to care about that at this point. Gonna lose some attitude. Barrage by knocking her out, but plan on having Minty or Asari and do the talking with her anyway. So.
You haven't felt like many moons.
planned on handling that, but it worked, so. I actually need you alive, so... Provided I don't knock Barrage out again, she should still function normally. Hey, Soulblack myself, how you doing? I was in and out of consciousness. How did Merkel and stuff go? Uh, 10k off. He's dead? Died to Portal Monks? No! I guess it makes sense as a threatening fight. They hit so many times in a turn, they'll just shoot through your ward. Yeah. Damn, I'm sorry. This is optimal lobotomy strats. Kind of. Merkel got punched, that's the main thing, though. That's good. Sorry about the F on the run. Tragic. I think everything in Act 2 is dead, actually. Barrage and Lantarb are unconscious. Ketheric's chilling on the roof. I think I've killed everything in this entire map now. Lost initiative, panic second round, forgot I was a monk. Aw. Rough. Zeppelin would have saved me, I didn't even consider it in the moment. It's hard to conceptualize that. Because, like, I don't know how the game handles you out monking the monks in terms of movement, because like they have so much, because Astral Plane they can just go, they can jump across the entire like space where people normally fight, but then they have monk movement, so they can keep going for a while. But if you are also a monk, you can do that but go farther, because the AI isn't going to step of the wind jump, but you can, so you can outrange them on monk. But I don't know how the fight works when you do that. Like, they probably just turn and go for Emps at that point, and you'll have to step of the wind again to get back. So then you're just in the same position again. Although maybe healthier, maybe with more buffs active, maybe able to click Chain Lightning or something. That encounter is scary. Yeah. No shame in being on the back foot there. This was in camp before. Oh, in camp before. Yeah, I have not entertained those, was it 3? With a fight in so long, because I Misty Step to the portal. But, yeah, Step of the Wind disengage would get you there. Well, you know now. Did they kill you, or did the, turn limit kill you? Alert stonks going up. You can Vigilance Elixir there before you do that sleep, because the way the game handles that is it only wipes your buffs after initiative is rolled. So I actually learned that from Third Monkey. So you keep your Vigilance there if you pop a potion before clicking on your bedroll for that. Misty Step didn't have movement somehow, and Wood Elf Monk with Crusher's Ring, even though that's how I always do it. So, something I noticed is when you provoke opportunity attacks by locking in movement, you will spend the movement even when they interrupt you. Not the total amount, but you will spend a large percentage of what you queued up. But that doesn't happen if you try to provoke those opportunity attacks with, like, a jump or with flight. Because you won't have moved at all before they lock in the hit. So those couple steps you take before the game stops you and makes you eat it, you do use up movement. But if you jump, you don't. Or if you fly, you don't. Maybe it was that. Just speculating.
You need my expertise.
You choose which sleeping spot you wake up on. Speedrunners do it to ensure they can miss a step of the barrier. And you, how does that work? Yeah, I'm learning something too. Disengage because low health after the first round, not Step of the Wind. Right. Yeah, yeah. Makes total sense what happened. What do I want? Getting Nightsinger's Blessing would be probably pretty good. Gonna want to do that before I turn back into the Slayer. I basically don't want to turn into the Slayer until maybe not even the first turn of, like, being in combat with Ketheric. And thinking about it, do I even turn into the Slayer for the Ketheric fight? As crazy as that seems. Because I don't know if I get it back. Is my current issue. I don't know if I get the Slayer form back if the game forces me out of it to go down to the colony. There's a way I can test this. We're gonna switch saves, so I can test an interaction. It's mods on for testing. We're no longer enabled. Forget if it's just clicking the spot or if you have to manip party members. Interesting. Game froze on 33%, which means it's crashing. If it lets me load that save. I don't want to re-enable my mods, because then I have to close the game again. Basically what I'm trying to test right now, I want to verify something, is can I get the Slayer form back with a long rest potion? Too much to manage in that build, can't have alert until 11 unless I drop Tavern Brawler, no real slots for initiative gear since the build's so gear based. Yeah, I think you don't need alert at that point in the game. It's like the last initiative hurdle there for that part is, you know, the fight where you're protecting Emps. And I think you only need +7 there, so Vigilance covers you. But that specific situation, you would have had to pre-prep with, like, Sentinel Shield. Remember, you can unequip as a free action, so you can always go into a fight with Sentinel Shield equipped, and then just unequip it after initiative's rolled. So that's +3. If you wear Dex Gloves, Sentinel Shield, that's +7. Bow of Awareness +8. Fistbreaker Helm +9. You could have +9 without alert. There's only a +4. I could have done Gloves with Dex for 7. Yeah, I forgot the gloves. Yeah. Capture? Are you gonna capture? Why is my game capture not? Game. Oh, let me see if it lets me load the save this time. Oh, there it goes. It probably won't. Not frozen on 33 this time. Okay. You have that. I'm gonna go Slayer. Miss. Don't have it. Try drinking one of these. Seems to. That persists through me changing gear, though. Seems to. Okay. Good. That's what I wanted to know. Here's some wild shit. Alertiness and the Quagosi. There you go. That is some wild shit. Back from apartment watching. Welcome back. So because we have these two long rest spots, that's 2 Slayer form refreshes. So if I do get kicked out of Slayer form for entering the Mind Flayer colony, or maybe again for entering Merkel's arena, I can get it back twice that way. The pod in the colony might also get it back. It should. Given it's the same thing as the long rest potion. So I don't need to be as stingy about transforming to Slayer in the act finale. That's information I wanted.
There can be no respite.
I don't think I bother with going the Mindhead colony. But I do need to go back there. Stock up on more stuff. I also need to rest inside of this act. want to go get the... that's actually not a big deal, though.
Have to keep going.
Order Mighty Cloth. Monster Underglaive, I guess. Carry around stuff. That works for now. We'll need Sir Fuzzlump to do some crafts soon, though I haven't really gotten him much more in the way of mats. We want more Shatter Scrolls. So that's blurred camping.
Do you know what happened? Indeed, we did. I can't. Or the
Do you think it's so simple? And I need you.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Watch more apartments tomorrow. I really hope I can move out. I'm crossing my fingers for you, Sora.
Already feeling better.
It seems like Cazador used Astarion's flesh not as a canvas, but as a contract. We haven't heard the last of this, I'll wager.
Did I grab the book in Moonrise? Yeah, no, we're fine. Let's see what Sir Fuzzlump can craft right now.
This vessel is at the...
I should level him up for spike bulb refreshes. The thing of it.
Nothing hurts anymore.
Fuzzlump, you are not the Dark Urge.
Pull yourself together.
Sir, you are not the Dark Urge. He's just really into it. At this point, the Cloud Giant elixirs aren't for me. They're for summons. What am I doing on haste war grenades in total? I'm not sure. Minthara's alchemy pack. There it is.
Alright, what now?
One more month for Elden Ring DLC. I hope it lives up to expectations. Exceeds them, even.
If not over, then through.
I keep Sir Puzzle up in the party for a moment here. I'm gonna want to put Astarion in the party and go back to other act. No, we could got Sir Puzzle up right now. Like, I could just bring him back in later.
This vessel is at thou.
Dog wags his tail, a small bag clenched between his teeth.
Mildly annoying that you have a fake check here if you don't have Speak with Animals. You can just repeat it until you get it.
He gives in and surrenders his find.
Anything you want to say?
Didn't need to pop that. So what am I doing now? Spike bulbs, void bulbs. Keep Minty with me so that her whole inventory doesn't get put in the backpack. I need Astarion. And a new hireling, I guess. No, I can use Gale.
What can I do for you, my friend?
When the time comes, Astarion will have his revenge, I'm sure. We're...
If you intend to stray from Moonrise, good.
How? How? Oh, it's because there's other people that can talk.
What now?
Yeah. He was talking to, either Gale or Astarion. Yeah, I gotta mess around with that Oscar ring. Unfortunately, I have to re-silence.
Light on my feet.
You can't speak, you're silenced. Stop that. Stop cheating. Oh, hey, there's a Shatter Scroll there.
Hmm?
Useful.
that blood? No, never mind.
Cast silence because I'm silenced. Why does silence... Sure.
Someone there?
I've got a long road ahead. Need to find a way forward. Let's get this over with. I'll take that.
How delicious. Yes, let's.
Now I need to have a star and sell more stuff. Sell that. You. That. Make a stop by the Adamantine Forge and I think making the splint is a good call.
A little small talk.
So many minds connected. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Need that as much. Maybe. It's also a maybe. That's a maybe too. We'll go for that. That too. And I'll take those. And that and that. stocking up on stuff. Maybe we try that out. Blurg's inventory is cluttered again. It was nice and neat for a while. I have to declutter it, but I also can't be bothered. So that is a Blurg problem. Gale can hold that. Let's go to Minty.
Very well.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
Okay. Now we assign Gale's levels one at a time. Where you can... No, we'll actually go funny. Barbarian Gale wearing Karlach's clothes. Doesn't it look so cursed? I love everything about it.
I greet you, friend of the dark. May your... I greet you, friend of the dark. I greet you, friend of the dark.
I greet you, friend of the dark. Gale an athlete.
I greet you, friend of the dark. I greet you, friend.
So many minds connected. What could they accomplish?
Does that apply to spells? Probably. Huh. Didn't realize least expected is that stickable like that. That's cool.
I greet you, friend of the dark. May
Okay.
Ripplebark could sustain an entire village if...
Now we go to camp.
No one stopped me yet.
I dismiss Gale.
A word would be nice.
Then we grab Sir Fuzzlump.
What's on your mind?
Oh. One day I'll catch a break.
And use his levels. I can also use Lae'zel and Shadowheart's levels. We're stocking up on spike bulbs. Use Sir Fuzzlump first.
this vessel...
Watch your back.
Magical secrets. Let's go remove curse and... What else is funny? Pass without trace. Sure. No, I don't want to see invis on you. Do lesser restoration.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
More and stuff. Appreciate you guys bearing with me while I'm resource maxing.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
Ability improvement. And wisdom.
I greet you.
So between crossing the level 9 threshold and getting that additional point in wisdom, Sir Fuzzlump is now as good as he'll ever be at potion crafting for the purposes of this run.
Wretched thing. Pull yourself together. Breathe deep and move. What's up for discussion?
We'll use Shadowheart and Lae'zel's levels.
This vessel...
Huh. So... Oh.
Well, hello.
20 whiz plus 7 medicine, enhance abilities, max your potion rolling. You also want to be level 9 for better proficiency bonus. You want expertise in medicine. I don't know if there's bonuses you can get to medicine. Outside of that, I don't think there's any gear or anything that boosts it, but yeah, you want as much wisdom as possible, expertise in medicine, you want advantage on wisdom checks. You could also have guidance, you could have Shapeshifter's Boon, you could have Happy, which is why Astarion is best for it for most of the game. In theory, whoever's romancing Astarion in Act 3 can get Happy as well, depending on your choices, but technically speaking, Bliss Spores and Rapture work. You know, you can only have one of them, but technically speaking, that also applies. Extra piece. Whoosh, I don't know what you mean right now, Crypto. My brain is cooked from this vendor dance. Pick a Dex ASI for her. It's honestly not the craziest idea. I don't think heavily armored. I don't really care how she's set up.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
I haven't saved in a while. Let me do that.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
The Divine Intervention mace wouldn't actually be bad to have Inti hold.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
best get going.
Minds connected.
I need a moment for the two of us.
Require the bulb somehow.
Well, my day just improved. If you should
I should also hire every other hireling and go through their levels too.
They should all be running.
Like, there's really no reason for me not to ensure that I never run out of spike bulbs here. But we'll see if I'm willing to sit here for that long. I'm probably not.
Ripplebark could sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
Yeah, I mentioned Guidance, Shapeshifter's Boon. There's also, depending on what you have available, you could have Bliss Spores or Rapture on that person. Happy if they are Astarian or a vampire spawn created by Astarian.
I'd much rather be outside.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
But functionally, you don't need all of those bonuses. To be clear, you just need to make it so that you can only fail on double once.
Perhaps Aemelium is right. I should get a mask.
You only need plus 14 total and advantage.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
Which, given 20 wisdom, expertise, Shapeshifter's Boon, guidance. Yeah, you can get there easy. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Let's move.
BRB. Okay, me back. Usually don't bother with guidance after the first wisdom ASI. Yeah. Did I sign a level
I greet
before I
you,
got up?
friend of the dark. May your
No one back home will ever believe this.
I greet you, friend of the dark. I greet you.
Oh yeah,
friend
trade. I
of
was
the
messing
dark.
around with Shadowblade stuff, and yet another thing you're gonna hate me for.
So many minds.
Eldritch Knight's pretty good there. Not Eldritch Knight, excuse me. You wouldn't hate me for Eldritch Knight. Battlemaster. I was thinking Eldritch Knight because, you know, Eldritch Knight is the true fighter sometimes, but, Battlemaster.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
Put it on Courage Master.
Your
Yeah. It makes sense. You improved extra attack, you get that superiority die on the psychic damage, and it's really nice for the one combat before you run out of resources and have to drink a coffee. Hi Foster, how are you?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
I greet you, friend of the
Or
dark.
hot beverage abuse. I am Mr. Hot Beverage after all.
Still in control.
Alright, so do you think this is enough spike bulbs? Not certain that it is. We're probably good on void bulbs. There's my next Shadowblade project. Yeah, I never tested Colossus Slayer. A whirlwind attack, potentially with Colossus Slayer happening there too. Be some pretty good Shadowblade damage. You've got Conjure Barrage if you want ranged without doing an attack roll as well. Playing a solo hunter right now just for Gloomstalker raid. Neat. Presently at the moment highly curious about the Hellblade series, know anything about it, zero knowledge. I just know that it exists.
Awaiting orders.
Maybe use Giant Breaker on Merkel, which is why I'm keeping it around right now. Probably don't, but like maybe.
I have such a headache. Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Rid of my level of knowledge. Cool.
Greetings.
Are you confirmed?
Running a Hordebreaker bow for some AoE. I'd probably switch to Colossus Slayer. I mean, Hordebreaker could be pretty okay too, situationally. I just wonder if Colossus Slayer does stupid shit. Like, what does it do with, Shadowcloaked Ring, Dollar Maris, Greater Flesh Gloves? What does it do with all that?
Fresh orders?
Another thing I could do to Merkel is I could blood money him. In theory, if he shares the same inventory as Ketheric, I just get them gold into Ketheric's inventory and then blood money Merkel. In theory.
Trust no one.
Let's have Astarion talk to Dareth. Smaller than you wanted to be a lot of the time.
Watch your back.
Breaker was my nickname in high school.
I should get a mask.
For that reason.
Be brief.
You come across a noble stock mushroom about, you give it here. Gods know I've earned it.
For that? Yeah. May as well go all in here. Give me that too. And that. Do we know if they do share the same inventory? Is that the theory part? That's the theory part. Okay, so I don't really care about much past level 5. Advantage and Fright and Save seems pretty okay, though. These to 11. I mean... Shade Clinger. But if we take that out, so, like... We gotta knock down several layers here. Frightened on what stat? Because Githzerai Mind Barrier covers Int. Amulet of the Harpers covers Wisdom. Charisma is the awkward one. In terms of a good psychic damage weapon that you might go out of your way to access, you're probably past the point where you can, but getting Silver Sword of the Astral Plane would be the worst thing. And that gives you either advantage or immunity there. No, it's charm immunity. I don't know if it's frightened immunity. But it definitely gives you advantage. Yeah, it's not a useless effect, but it's one that I find difficult to justify. Oh, rested. Might be close to go time.
Ripple bark could sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
Just thought of
Care about Pure Class a bit at 9 since Conjure Barrage is sick. Yeah, Conjure Barrage will be pretty cool.
Hello, my dear.
So you can use that to make force damage with Nair Misser. You can make fire damage with a Shadow Blade, or with a Flame Blade, excuse me. You can make Psychic with Shadow Blade, or you can make it match whatever else you need. Like if you're against Necromites, you could have a bludgeoning weapon, Conjure Barrage, big bludgeoning AoE. And that's cool. Conjure Barrage Titan String, you can. You absolutely can. That's gross. You're gross for that.
It's
swift as my feet can carry me.
Start getting the summons together now? No, I feel like I wait.
In your name.
Minty's gear-wise, I'm gonna want her to Acuity stack. I'm gonna bully the shit out of Ketherick. I've decided. The plan is for Minty to Acuity stack, autos. Then I just smack Ketherick with Aelin while he's dancing. Because I think that'd be funny. Carabasan's Ketherick? That's a waste. Would it even work? It works on Cazador, so there's no reason it wouldn't work on Ketherick. Does it work on Merkel? Hey, Loco, how you doing? Yeah, that's the question. There's no way Carabasan's works on Merkel. Right? Give her testing. It's so hard to test. It's your... Like, I plan on using it on... Orin... Maybe Dolor. Maybe, probably not. Maybe Cazador. Maybe Sarabok. I don't even know how spicy I plan on getting. I'm also gonna bully Merkel, because after what it took to get past Merkel in my current playthrough, I'd love to see that jerk get absolutely wrecked. Merkel isn't hard. However, I am playing a run where my damage is non-magical slashing. Merkel has 2 damage reduction, and he resists non-magical slashing. So I'm not going to do very much damage to him per hit. It's going to be a slugfest. I wouldn't call it bullying Merkel. Merkel's going to be an uphill battle on this run. Specifically because the Slayer's attacks are not magical. The avatar of the god of murder isn't magic. Despite the fact that while you're transformed into the Slayer, if you try to use the tadpole menu, it says, can't use this, you've undergone a magical transformation. Have I, though? Have I? Probably Minty Drake Throat Thunder on Giant Breaker.
What to do?
No inoculation, you just keep tossing them. It's crazy. Chain lighting on Merkle is now my okay, I'm bored button. Understandably so.
These boots have seen everything.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a save. Go to back up that save. I already have that folder. Why are you not showing as available? Why are you sorted down there? I see you. There you are.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Kill Merkle 1 round last night, my monk had 3 attacks, 2 bonus actions left. Nervouser goes hard, it
William
does.
is right. I should get a mask.
Probably won't need that on my dreams of Storm Sorcerer tank. Ooh, you decided tank now? That goes hard.
Here.
Nice failed jump there.
Moving ahead. I need a quick word.
It greets you with a harrowing elephant. In your...
This one is called. He hunted
How did
us.
I kill Nier?
Hunt him in turn. Bring me.
I guess his corpse is too damaged. I can't get the XP from completing that quest, nor can I get the XP from the inspo for cutting Nier's head off. I guess however I killed Nier, his corpse was too fucked up. Yeah, you get 2 instances of exploration XP for walking in here. It's a lot.
Lump mating ritual.
Could be up in enemies' faces with Arcane Ward, just blast them with Call Lightning. That sounds fun.
It is.
How many die today?
It. Come to the.
Outlander inspo to loot that. I don't think it's exploration XP.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones.
At least so the priestess around. Getting Shield of Faith
Might be useful.
on my entire group. every rest is really great.
I am listening. If it is for the best.
Looking ahead.
By my oath.
I don't think I counter elemental yet. I should need protection from poison. Great improvement though.
Yes.
Use that 4th level spell slot to get the Skellies when it's time for that. Bring her corpse to Glut? Yeah. Yep. That is what I use Glut for on all my runs now. That Shield of Faith is just so nice. Other notable things you can use Glut for, you can reanimate the Boulette and use that to help you clear out the Underdark pretty effectively. You'd have to do things in a bit of a weird order, but if you kill Voss, you can bring Voss's corpse here and have Spore Servant Voss just absolutely annihilate the entire Underdark for you. There are ways to glitch Glut into Act 2 as well. I don't think you can get him back to Act 1 afterwards. Though you may be able to. I haven't researched that. Can maybe use Dror Ragzlin. But that's back in the category I've not personally researched that. Undead Githyanki Inquisitor absolutely curb stomping Underdark sounds funny.
Have I been this way before?
You could probably use Wargaz too. Yeah. Boy. I'm down a block. Non-lethally and broke him as a vendor. Got that inspo already. It's poisoned. That. Did all that. Okay, now we need to get Morning Lord's Radiance. Free Shield of Faith on everyone's awesome. I'm gonna do that in the future. Yeah, it's real good. It even fulfills the conditions for the 2 chest pieces you can get. The blue and purple versions of the Dark Justiciar half-plate. They give you 2 damage reduction and a necrotic damage retort to enemies that hate you. As long as you have Shield of Faith active. And that Shield of Faith does count for that. I will need Scratch to free Aelin, or I need to have Minty commit an action. So I will have to switch from Shuffle to Scratch at some point.
Our enemies still draw breath.
If I give Minthara the ball, can she summon Scratch? Should be able to, right?
At least things have stayed interesting.
Primordial Warhammer. Just need any mace. Did I play myself and use all my maces again? I feel like I do this every playthrough at this point, and it's kind of a joke. Pretty sure I sold Minty's mace. The only one I have is the Beatar Scourge. Oh no, I kept one. I kept one. He's smart for once. Battle Axe. I don't think I killed the Guardian of Faith. Go do that.
At your command.
Can't give up now.
Sure, after 1 coffee and making a name, I'm sure. He's got IBS, okay?
Dream in red.
What do you think made her start praying? Use my action to squat that.
Extra edge.
What's this?
Let's get in and out. How much further can I go?
A Guardian of Faith spell.
And because I have Action Search, there's a pretty good argument for me starting the Merkle fight without it. I get an extra 3 hits in on that first turn. Like if I had initiative there, 6 enough, right? could go Graceful Cloth to be +7, but no, I can't. I'm using Mighty Cloth so that I carry around all of these bulbs. Which I suppose I don't need that many. Have a star and hold a lot of them. That's enough for now. Better.
Did anything you want to say? And
Didn't know if I did that. Can you go there? Yeah, I wasn't sure if Minthara would get it out of range, but she did. So that's it for this map now. I never did my second adamantine craft. That's fine. It's just money. It's not like there's not a lot of that in Act 3.
Still breathing, despite everything. At the ready.
I don't actually need the Mighty Claw. If I pop... Use Ethel's Charm. So, yeah, that is all forms of enhanceability. I could put Gale in my party for this, but I don't need to.
Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques.
Of course, I got them the exact wrong order.
Here we go. What did that do?
The curse has no effect here. What is this place? Our enemies are everywhere.
I do want Minty to have that on.
Still alive, so that's progress.
This.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
Yeah, give me 1 second, Char.
accept Shah's test of your intellect? You feel...
Reporting.
Light, never quiet. What path lies before me?
And then I take wisdom. Minty takes charisma.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's blessing? Oh.
Do we have a target?
Intestines throb, blood whispers.
There we go. Better.
I hope this is important. For your sake.
Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue? Can you turn any and all to the Dark Lady's cause?
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Yeah, Minty's at
ash and meat.
17 charisma until long rest now.
An altar to Shah.
I can come back and take the dagger to start this fight later.
Always room for more?
I don't think I've ever seen this part. If I have, wasn't paying attention. This is interesting. It's a bit of a hidden area. If you didn't explore thoroughly, then yeah, you probably didn't see that. It's one-time, very large buffs until long rest. That failing just results in a fight. We're gonna do the fight anyway, just not now. Not yet. Turn to a gift and then put that on.
A pleasure.
Singer's favor. It's full necrotic resist.
You need my expertise.
A pleasurable.
Lol, clerics don't have to make a check there? Do evil deity clerics just not have to make a check there? Or is that because I already got it on someone else today?
Nothing hurts anymore.
That surprised me. But okay.
First in my heart.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. What do you need?
Oh. I wonder what the next move is.
You need a straight clot.
Never a dull moment.
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations. The end is near.
I send Scratch's ball to Minthara. Okay, yeah, she can summon Scratch. That's good. I'll need to swap out the Raven for Scratch.
That won't stop me yet.
That works out nicely. I guess that's a way for, yeah, I could have Scratch and Shovel out by just having Minty take care of summoning Scratch for me. Works.
Seems simple enough.
This must be the last step. All right. No.
Your part. As you it curls it.
I didn't forget any of my Scratch, did I? Doesn't really matter. Is my camera doing that thing where it's not focused again? It looks focused. Momentarily not.
Very well.
I feel lighter, unburdened, as if the softest push could send me drifting away.
Hey, what elixir do I want? Stupid question. Actually, I might have to use Vigilance. Because I want to do the prison fight. We have a lot of those. I didn't get as many Vigilance as I should, actually. That's an oversight. Maybe I'll hold off on Vigilance then. Yeah, I know how I'll handle it. We have nearly max approval.
Looking ahead.
So we should choose not to kill Aelin. Vintage in the background.
And Night Song is not blind to.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter. What?
No. You. Are you ready?
We need to leave. The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better get there.
Good music, good cutscene, but I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it.
Such a terrible place. I should.
Oh yeah, unlikely. I gotta use that one of these runs.
Shouldn't mind my step.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good.
Not alone, you have me.
I suppose I do, don't I?
Right, Kevin?
You've done more to help me than my faith has in recent times, if I'm honest. Thank you. There's been something between us for some time. A connection. More than friends. I recognized
It's weird that she always says this.
Didn't act on it. I thought my faith was the most important thing in my life.
Like, even if you have acted on it, she says that?
I've squandered too much time already. I want to be with you. now and always. Do you want the same?
Yeah.
It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again. Shows what I know. Nightsong promised she'd tell me what she's... She took flight to hunt down Ketheric.
Okay, go to camp. Actually, is there even a prison fight with no Harpers? Probably. We'll find out, I guess. Don't walk through the holy fire. Good job.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Is Tarp even here?
I've seen everything.
Knocking him out does weird shit to his AI. Oh yeah, he's here. I'm just gonna punch him.
In your name.
Can't waste any more time.
I'm after him in the initiative order. Tragic. Empty. He broken. Oh yeah, I can get the Born Sonic weapon. Alright. That wasn't planned.
Walk in death. At least things have stayed interesting. Moving in.
At your command.
Let's move.
Okay, there's the fight. But the thing is, this fight is cursed. At least it is when the Harpers and Fists are here. And I don't have alert. So trying to go for a surprise round on these guys imposed surprise on my side. The last time I attempted to do that.
Do we have a target?
So just to be safe, I do not have enough vigilance elixirs to be doing this way.
Light, never quiet.
Harper's Make Fight Cursed, how? Exactly what I described. If you have the Harpers or Fists, I guess it's Fists here. If you have them as allies here, going for a surprise round will impose surprise on the wrong side. It's strange.
Can't even catch my breath.
Doesn't even show up for me at a dump site on the bridge. Hmm. I flight potion.
I thirst for combat.
Also works well here. Psychic Spark. Yeah. Also confirms you can do Fall of Last Light in jail. Yeah. Minty wasn't close enough to get the flight potion. She'll be okay. Necromancers are some of the names of all time. Choices were made. Good thing I didn't need to land those hits, right? Good thing that wasn't the slightest bit important. That'd be crazy if that had been vital for my plans. But fortunately, it wasn't. I don't care if Minty goes prone here.
A wise move.
I'll go prone. She saved. It saved 3 times. She saved. Look at the portent die I have for this too. Hello? Wait, I didn't even realize. Wait. I have a 1 and a 2.
Yes.
Well, that's pretty great.
Onward.
Volatile shield, actually. Line now 2. Doritos overrated, underrated, appropriately rated. I think appropriately. I like Doritos. They are good. People liking them is valid.
Your command. Vengeance.
That's the prison fight. Lean over, not their bad, just override. That's fair. Fair enough. These are 3 usable corpses, actually.
There can be no respite.
Have Minty cast animate dead.
Gaining
These.
ground.
Yeah, something I didn't keep an eye on that I really should have is that Vigilance Elixir situation. That is gonna complicate some things. It means I can't get Vigilance onto all of my summons. Only a lot of them. Not even a lot of them, really. Maybe half of them. I need to have one on Scratch in case something goes wrong there. This basically means I can't switch my own or Minty's elixirs out for a while. That's awkward because I want Bloodlust on the Slayer because Isabel's going to be in the fight, and I can Bloodlust off of her. But I suppose as long as I don't kill her on the first turn, I can switch elixirs. Musing about level 11 colony stuff and Pure Cleric to get Planar Ally and Hero's Feast there. It's hilarious. Hero's Feast, 6th level aid on an army of summons. that's pretty nuts. Yeah, we're like 2,000 XP off level 11. That's Elminster plus, where else did I leave XP on the table? The Barcus gang XP, some of the Goblin camp I didn't kill. Myconid colony. Yeah. Get a Bronner Guard? Yeah, I will.
What now? If you are sure.
Does kick me out of Slayer.
What have you done?
We'll be back in after. Please.
What have you done to me? Unlike Isabel, you have...
Rise, you dog! He will... The gods!
Okay, it did put me back. %.
My victims await.
I need Minty to make him reverb first. Bear create undead at 11 as well. Fearful Gaze is probably pretty good for Ketheric. Isn't he immune? Pretty sure he's a high level paladin. He should be immune to that. Yeah, paladins are immune to that at level 10. You got Marcus Tadpole? Yes. Yes. Do I have her drink an invis pot so she has advantage on the shot? I'll double crit Aelin back. Doesn't have Aura of Courage up, does he? No, he doesn't. Yeah. Why doesn't he have that? Weird. Failed saving throw. Yeah, Theric, you rolled a 1. I guess you had disadvantage because you were already prone. I just click Slay here, right? Reaper's Rigidity gives disadvantage. Oh yeah.
Unleash me.
Oh, let's get shuffle somewhere safe-ish. Oh yeah, Aura of Hate will make undead with weapons do extra damage if they're close to him. Right. That's funny. The Cambion summon is good at poking Ketheric and Merkle for that reason, then, I guess. It works on Fiends as well. Come on, Aelin, big smite. Nice 1 damage. Okay, Aelin. Oh, okay, Aelin. Is there a configuration where I can jump and not hit Aelin? If I fly over here, I can see an angle. Yeah, I like the spot. Rolled a 29.
Enough.
That tentacle was colossal.
Neat. So I like how I still had a 95% chance to hit, despite Ketheric having, like, good AC. Yeah. Because between my Strength and Tavern Brawler, that's plus 18, and Proficiency, it's plus 4. And then Bliss Spores. So I'm rolling at minimum on a critical miss, like a 25. Got the roll to 29, the port and die with 1 in Minthara's hand. Lol, Lamau even.
You cannot use that right now.
Really, game? Really?
I hope this is important. For your sake.
The hole yawns back at you.
This foul place is where they butchered.
I have to have Minty do it.
Let us deal with the cult.
This is one of the reasons why Duo makes more sense. You're unable to go down. Because heroes don't do that.
Tread carefully. We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
Funny if Minty went in alone.
The stench! I wonder how many pilgrimages to Moonrise ended down here.
Top game running.
Not for long. Time for chop.
And rolled a 20 on the save. But I rolled a 20 on the attack. Unlucky, Chop. Unlucky. I need to stop crit missing. It's happened so much today.
I will not fail. Lila Lurl.
yeah, blind sight.
Fresh orders? Ready for battle.
Game also rolled a 1 for 4 and died today.
If it is for the best, I lead the way.
But we...
Next room will be interesting.
Yes. At once. Unseen, I shall strike.
We are free.
Whatever experiments Balthazar performed here, I fear he made more than thralls and ghouls.
Prepare the march. My chosen gather before.
Soul branding. Shit.
Discern, faithful. We depart.
We're going to Merkel. In Merkel, we are needed.
The moment.
The fire pop the volatile shield. Funny. There's just that wing door over there. I guess I finished you. No point clicking Sanctuary because there's burning that originates from Minty out right now. I could use a War Priest charge to throw a healing pod at this layer. somewhat amusingly. For that bless.
Let me strike.
A soul, by any chance?
Do not squander my gifts.
Crit prevents the revive. Nice. We're ending, so she has enough movement to get in here and close the door. Cool. Get to the right mind barrier is not a big deal if I'm going to be just doing the Shadeclinger shit the whole time. So not being able to get that on my character is fine. Get it on Minty.
On your command.
It's Blade Ward. Multi-attack was calculated there, so I'd get more Call the Weak triggers.
Ready for battle.
Anything I care to do with your bonus action, Minty? No. Nice feeling like all the prep paid off.
Fresh orders?
So turn a Blade Ward. Having the Wisdom buff from Char improved my DC on this. So if I'd gone Ethel's Wisdom, I'd have a +3 on that. It would be DC-15. That's fine. Really just like watching the most bottom right corner of my screen. One friend in Steam friends list playing Team Mod Loader. Those notifications are so annoying. Turn them off very quickly. I forgot to bring the adamantium chest with me. That's fine, I think. No eye patch here because Mole is dead. I'll go to camp for now.
Not design, but death.
Our enemies are everywhere.
Okay, now we have Minty do the puzzle and grab Gitsarai Mind Barrier. Doesn't need it, but why not?
The college is income.
Welcome back, Master.
That should do it. Time to see what's back there. What have we here?
Grab the mental fatigue ring. Holy stomach growl. Okay. I'm wearing a cloak I shouldn't be. It'll maybe be fine. Yeah.
The city, every soul.
I went on vacation, haven't been here in a while. Is Minthari your permanent partner? I used Astarion a lot for the early game. If I'd taken a different route through the game, I would actually be using Will for this section. For the most part, Minthari, yeah. Maybe I could use Sharp for House of Grief and be all thematic.
Descend, assemble. Evacuate.
stuck? What are you doing?
Players and civilians, side by side. This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
Let me strike right away.
Had a little bit more movement.
Suffer.
Nice warp recharge here. Wait, Mizora is here. Will left the party, but Mizora is still here. Okay. I guess it's because Will left after.
But empty of tadpoles. Unusual.
That part.
Harvesting
Mizora
a parasite
outside?
brimming
I
with magic.
could, actually.
Take it.
I could. There's no consequence to that. That's funny. I don't want Tadpole Wise on Minty. Go for science.
By Grazit's cock, it's about time you came.
You are the devil you sent Will to rescue?
Thought you'd have fit now.
Your eyes turn, the controls are opened, your tag, the symbol's meaning comes into focus. Annihilate.
Hells! What's happening? What have you?
Your heart burns red hot, then goes hollow. A presence disappears from your mind.
He was...
The
he was-
hells have taken Will as their own.
He already left.
He's
He's fine.
lost
It's
to
fine.
the fires of Avernus.
Fake news. Yeah, no XP or anything. But, we killed Mizora. Once free the prisoners here, since they electrocuted the whole area during combat, they attacked me right at the end of battle against mind flayers and critical bastards. Services are buggy like that. The guild get angry after the Zen fights. They slipped on my eyes. It's not buggy
I am listening.
necessarily. It's just an annoying
Out of my
byproduct of
many
using the surfaces. Like, it's doing what it's supposed to do. That's a hostile action. There's no bug there. It's just. But I've had that happen in a lot of places. Who is Will? I don't know. It's a good question.
The device is open to your task.
Flush. Yeah, that's the XP for Yeva and Zevlor is not included here because Yeva and Zevlor were already killed elsewhere. That's why that's only 700. like the design decisions, what I meant to say. It's certainly annoying. Took some getting used to with the changes to darkness and fog cloud and a few other things that they made, and that was either patch 5 or 6. Kind of in the same vein.
What's yours is mine. Quiet as a cloaker. Death comes quietly.
I don't.
Descend.
Heyo.
Faithful. We depart.
Embrace death. Become death.
Guess you're not called the weak range, but okay.
Toast a goblet of your blood after you're dead.
Good one.
The moment comes. The absolute.
It doesn't force the dirge dialogue there because I'm in Slayer form, so it can't. Hate when I'm talking to the homies and shows that a ball jumps on my head. Relatable. Wish it didn't happen so often.
Darkness is my home.
You need my expertise.
Minty,
next?
go get your summons.
On the move.
Descend. Prepare. Obey.
Is any inspiration of XP of being in Slayer form for what would be conversations? No. For a lot of those things, I've just had Minty do the talking. And for some critically important things, it does actually force you out of Slayer form.
Reporting.
Baldur's Gate will know.
Not a cap for how many buffs can be shown at once. I have not. Once you get enough, though, it starts to interfere with your ability to click in the middle of your screen. Because it's like a clickable area.
Yes.
Fresh orders.
Forward.
Yeah, what Rando said. So, no level 11 on this run because I did not kill the Myconic colony because Elminster screwed me. I didn't knock out Dareth, Blurgomel, and Balin or that Rothe. I didn't get to kill the Ironhand Gnomes because I clicked the wrong dialogue option. Yeah, that's all the XP I missed. I had a bad Nautiloid because I wasn't really trying to have a good Nautiloid. And I didn't kill everything in the Goblin Camp that I could have killed.
By my oath.
Let's have Minty go get Githzerai Mind Barrier. Forgot about that. Again, it's basically pointless. May as well. How do I even get there? Is that this room? Which fucking room is it? Is it this one? Imagine having a sense of direction. Level 11, I've gotten third attack on Slayer. Third attack on Slayer is at level 10.
We will take the city.
11 would just be, Fighter level 7, and then from Champion subclass, I would get extra jump distance. That's all I'd be getting for my current setup.
Pretty enough. I'd guess you're no willing warrior. I use your tadpole. It touched my mind. And perfectly. And I.
Fine.
But Minthara and the Zaithis? Yes, that's what I did. I got Minthara Survival Instinct from Amelim's quest. I got her Awakened from the Zaithis.
How many true souls have passed through this place?
Fights where I want another bonus action more than another action, just because of the Zaithis buff. Yeah, there are some builds and situations where you actually don't want the Zaithis, because your bonus action is better used on other things. Minthara is one of those cases where there's a lot of situations where I don't like that I got the Zaithis buff on her, because that conflicts with Soul Branding, because that's bonus action. Monks are a good example of when you maybe don't want the Zaithis, because your bonus action is your Step of the Wind, it's also your Flurry of Blows, and your jump. But on like a fighter, for example, yeah, your bonus action is pretty open. We go Dark Justiciar helmet for bonus to con saving throws. Minty. Spiteful Thunder and Thunderskin Cloak are here, so she can daze Merkel. I need to Drake Throat Glaive. Giant Breaker. It has thunder damage to that end. Whispering Promise is to bless the Slayer. I don't think she needs Vigilance. Could swap Gloves of Dex out for getting Radiating Orb on Merkel wouldn't be the worst thing. Gloves of Power I could use to bane him that way. The Luminous Gloves. The Mantine Shield, so the Necromites can't crit her. And if I need Minty to take some hits, have that happen. She's gonna concentrate on protection from evil and good on the Slayer. I was gonna have the Slayer concentrate on that herself, but Amulet of Branding. She can give Merkel slashing Vulm. I could drop Slayer form, get a bunch of summons, then go back in. I don't think I'm going to take a chance on that currently. Elixir's Universal Resistance. Minty's gonna have one so that she resists Slashing and Radiant. So if the Slayer gets hit, basically the damage gets halved because of Warding Bond, and then that damage goes through to Minty and it gets halved again because of her resistances. And then it has to go through the 3 DR from Helldusk, and then the DR from Heavy Armor Master for any of the non-magical. I guess over Dark Justiciar I could run Grimskull to get crit immunity that way. And then that would let me run Zarel's Shield for spell DR. But I don't... It's fine. I don't think there's much point putting Elixir on Shovel, but we'll... Big Shovel. The Earth Elemental needs Vigilance. Same with Scratch. Keep one on me to start. Same with Minty, I guess. I can do Calm Emotions over Protection from Evil and Good. But no, Protection from Evil and Good will impose a disadvantage. We want that.
If you are sure.
And for the Skellies, normally I go Vigilance on every summon. This time they're getting Heroism. It's accuracy, it's temp HP. Put that on the methods too. Alright, I expect this to be a shit show. I want to pop. Getting extra movement from Elven Elegance would be cool, but I think I saved that for finale. Finger of Death counter.
Like it's excited or scared.
You see why I think it's gonna be a shit show? They are automatically branded.
Awaiting orders.
No. That's interesting. It's interesting. Getting fingered by Merkel. Listen, Bone Daddy sometimes just a little aggressive. So do I have maybe
Who's
click on
next?
this?
A simple task.
No longer.
We found it.
Thought she would be. It's weird that she isn't, but
Sit.
Sure.
You wag your.
Now.
no.
And Ketherick. And I.
It is time.
I am Vale.
Everybody back the fuck up. So, I get the surprise round on the Mind Flayer. Then I send Scratch in to save Aelin. Then have the Earth Elemental take out the Necromites. Then the Mephits go for the Intellect Devourers. Then the Skellies try to start applying oils to Merkel and bait out Gaze of the Dead. We leave an Invis pot, a Light pot, and a Cloud Giant pot for us. Go to the bathroom, then we'll get this started. Or calling that multi-generational edging streak. Something like that.
Veiled in shadow.
Freezer open. Oh no! Not for too long, I hope.
But the Lord, perhaps you hope to learn your place in history before you are erased from it. You, I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant. Could that even be possible?
Minty talking down Ketheric is
Perhaps.
interesting thematically.
No. There is no repentance.
Man, why couldn't we have Origin Minty? That would go so hard.
My debt can never be repaid.
It's because soul branding's overpowered. That's the reason. But
he is here. He is watching.
What a time to join the stream. Hey, Mad Mac. It's my favorite part of the whole game.
He is.
Music. Love this game, man. Make an alternate entity to take your place in the Goblin Camp, change details of Origin Minty. Then would it be the same character? It would definitely be very different. If the other Origins still spawned in different places, like if as Will you start in the Grove, or as Karlach you start like where she is, etc., then it'd be a little more justifiable because they're all in the same region, just with different backstories and different starting conditions. But yeah, because everyone's on the Nautiloid, it doesn't really make sense for Minthara. Nice bow floating in the air from the Skelly.
In that cage, Ketheric will keep getting back up.
Okay, now Scratch, Invis, Light. I could have Minty soul branding Aelin. That goes hard. Why did that... That's not how that normally works. That's actually kind of a big problem. Disaster right there. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Alright, how do we get around this? Us is somehow not... Okay. Why is that a problem? Because everyone's in combat back here, so I can't send them in to get their optimal opener. And everyone's got to spend 1 to 3 turns, depending on what it is, to get in position. Like, my Earth Elemental is not going to make it up here this turn. My Ice Mephits are after Merkle in the turn order. So it's now likely this Mind Flayer gets a turn, and that's really bad. So I need to shift focus from Merkle, getting as much damage in the first 2 turns as possible, to killing this thing, so it doesn't either dominate me or Aelin. It shouldn't be able to target me, but I don't know if the Slayer accounts for that. I'm a monstrosity, so Dominate Person shouldn't work. but I don't know if Mind Flayer domination is different. Basically, yeah, shit's fucked now. So we have to adapt. He's still concentrating.
Yes.
Yes, that's something at least. Something I could also do is I could have Minty Dimension Door Aelin to Merkel, so she doesn't have to move. Save Isabel for next turn. I'll drink a Bloodlust and kill her. Need to go through a lot of flight potions now. Do I have enough for this? Something I absolutely didn't account for. There's no way I hit that. Not wasting that on that.
Unleash me.
Mephits are in the way, along with a Skelly that rolled behind the Mind Flayer in the turn order. So if I want this Earth Elemental move, I have to have it fly or teleport. To use a dash. I am comfortable with using a dash. Yes, this is a haste action. I can justify that. Now this one connects. Never mind, it can't. The game is screwing me.
My victims await.
I put... Let's don't have an AoE. If I can get Aelin resistance to some of Merkel's shit, he might be able to provide a meaningful impact here. If I get her radiant resistance.
Do not falter.
He's got soul branding. I can go down there. I can drop 2 bombs and attack 1. I don't know what Scratch doing.
Your command.
Showing that's why in class multiple throws best support. Any class multiple throws is the best support in the game. Yeah. Being able to throw is just the big. Okay, so we have Minty fly down here. Just gonna drop that.
On your command.
Actually, I want her in that too. Okay, it doesn't work on Merkel. Wasn't certain. Bounces the charm effect. Curiosity satisfied. I meant to prepare Guardian of Faith for this. I wanted to try that out. Doesn't War have that always available? though? No, guess not. Guess not. Me for War. The big upcast magic weapon on Aelin would help her accuracy quite a bit. I do have Whispering Promise on right now. But what if I heal Aelin, give her Bless to improve her accuracy? That's my best option here. Let me not forget what I wanted to do down here. Fly down here. Still can't act. Okay, so you'll need to finish them off next turn.
I thirst for combat.
Let's scratch in this spot. scratch baiting a hit there.
Your command.
Warding Bond on Aelin would be an interesting play. Not for this run. I could get a big aid onto her. It's another option. Look at scrolls. Exactly how I want to play this. Greater Invis on Aelin could be funny. There's no way she would pass the stealth checks, though. She's got terrible dexterity. Adminty Dimension Door Aelin in. And we'll have this Skelly weaken Isabel a bit.
Now you wear a face to match your soul.
Hold on, Aelin. There we go. Watch her still go for Intellect Devourer. I killed them all with bombs, just because I thought that would happen. Shovel and us still aren't in combat. I don't think I want to change that yet. Drink another flight potion. Surprised Aelin doesn't lose her oath. Let's keep weakening Isabel. Beautiful. Moonbeam damage Aelin. Okay, buff bar stopped me from successfully clicking there. I had to pan my camera over to the left a little bit. PC Paladin privilege. Very unfair. I want Aelin to go prone from this. It's not Isabel. Oh, Shield of Thrall's popping. On the Slayer. It's on Merkle too. Huge. Actually amazing. So now I slash the weak. Get a big slay in. Do I force a crit on this? Yes. 62 damage. now I Bloodlust. Isabel. Got us her Bloodlust action and also some temp HP. The Earth Elemental. Like goes out. Can you make it over there? Yeah, I think you can do that.
On your command.
What I want Minty to do now. Try to move over a little bit. Make room for the Slayer to go fly into the haste spores. Dazed yet? No. Now I need Minty to daze Merkel. Outside normal range. That's better. I don't need this shot to really do damage. I'll just hit the regular shot. Attempt to. You're dazed, you are reeling. A lot of reverb. Slay. 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 It's for you. Go with the Wizard's Bane oil. Or God's Blessing. Make sure that hits. Okay, we got it.
Fresh orders?
This one. Not more in range? It is actually. Yeah, this. Now for this one, we apply Oil of Bane. This. So, okay, we can try again.
Ready for battle.
This one. Oh, I forced it to a 1. Oh, and he's still saved. Crazy. Okay. Lesson learned.
Unleash me.
Not a critical fail. Good info. What else can I have Minty do to improve my my damage here? I could have her just click a disintegrate. Merkel's stunned, so like 100% chance. No, I think that's pretty rad, and I never get to do that. So let's do it. Why not? Wrong one. Cool stuff. Ratch is still immobile. Nice 1 damage, boy. Good job. I want to be standing here. So that if I get knocked back, it knocks me out of the bone chill zone. So there. Shit, Aelin. Good shit, Aelin. Look how much damage she did that turn. Urkel's not stunned this turn. So give Minty Drink a universal resistance. Still dazed, he still got reverb. Scratch bait it. Warhouse Blessing to make sure Scratch hits. Good job, boy. Because of Tavern Brawler accuracy, we have a 95% chance to land attacks. Let me go into the haste spores. Go out. I won't need my bonus action for anything else, so we can actually switch elixirs here. Colossus doesn't benefit Slayer. Cloud Giant would be less strength than I currently have. Viciousness is the play. Yeah. So now I crit on an 18, a 19, or a 20. Or I continue that. This. To land that. Oil didn't apply. It's
My
okay.
victims await.
I want to try to use the summons to knock Merkel into Call the Weak range so that Slayer can finish it. That should do it, but we'll be absolutely sure. Step up. Step up. What oil do you have? Wizard's Bane. It's already applied. So we'll go Oil of Accuracy. Maximize the chances of you landing this shot. No damage, low roll. Fine.
Let me strike.
This Skelly can still go for it.
I thirst for combat. strike.
Stay there. I did pick up Call the Weak on Minty, didn't I? No, I didn't. I don't really want to do that anyway.
Fresh orders?
How many attacks do I have left? 1.
My victims await.
Just trying to get little chips. Yes, I know about the DR. I could try to bomb the Earth Elemental's Shield of Thralls off of it. So, multi-attack does really shit damage. Equals not bleeding, so I click Slay here. Oh. Merkel didn't get to take any actions. That's the fight I was most worried about for the run. That was really scuffed with how I wasn't able to position my summons during the surprise round.
Death cannot take me. I am its master.
But, action economy.
My lord.
Elixir juggling, coding juggling. That felt good. Save, by the way.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I am forsaken. You have no idea.
Going from vigilance to bloodlust to viciousness
Isabel
worked out perfectly. We got that entire extra attack off Isabel because of that. It allowed me to just switch targets, kill her at functionally no action cost because I wasn't going to jump anyway. And viciousness paid off with an immediate crit. Me next. Wonder what her oath is. Oath of mommy.
We pick our way toward our fates. Unleashed.
I still maintain that the way Isabel died was being cultured.
Pity I cannot say the same.
Respect Isabel immensely.
She may have been Ketheric's daughter, but she was my world entire.
Do what you must. Then we fly this foul place.
Cat. Her cat positions himself below. You will pay attention to me now. He knows the plays.
Searching.
Yeah. Hitting Isabel here is tadpole positive. I always forget about that.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Time to press ahead.
Now the picture comes together.
The Absolute. Ketheric was a follower of Merkel.
I dare not imagine. If if the crown can do this, and when
There's an okay argument for Minty wearing, this. Send it to camp for now. I was making sure to make Aylin's life worse. Maybe killing her or Isabel. I mean, we could give her to Leroican too. That's money. Remember, it could always be worse. Oh yeah, look how close we are to 11.
I want to have a word.
Off video call, how did it end? We clicked Slay a lot. Resurrect Isabel with Glut. No.
Be availed of my...
Because, well, if you glitch Glut into Act 2, maybe, but in normal gameplay, you can't get Isabel's corpse to where Glut is, because Isabel does not have a corpse you can interact with until the Act finale, at the earliest. Because if you, like, this is a run where I killed her in Last Light, and her corpse gets scooped up and taken. The earliest way you get access to her corpse is by killing Dame Aylin without killing Isabel, so then Isabel's corpse, you can find it in Last Light, before you go to the colony or anything.
We should not linger here. The cult's army. I will never tire of sitting on dead men's thrones.
Hi, it's me, Dead Men's Throne. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Power always has. But I shall not get too comfortable here. We must be free if we are to rule. And to be free, we must destroy this cult. And Ketheric's co-conspirators along with it. I know one of them all too well. Baal's bloodletter.
The scene, it's great.
I thought her to be speaking for the Absolute. I worshipped that woman.
Never bother you guys that Minty's eyebrows aren't white?
You make it sound so simple. She is the chosen of Baal, Lord of Murder, and one of the cult's founders. Indeed, she is the one who indoctrinated me with the Absolute's lies.
It's not actually white-haired Drow. Blonde people often have dark eyebrows, but she's not blonde. Drow hair is white. It's one of those things you can't unsee. She's faking it. She's not actually a Drow.
She is fierce, vicious, and cruel. In those respects, we are alike. But she is dangerously unpredictable. If there is a way to turn this design towards
And brow
slaughter,
shamed.
rather
Listen,
than control,
it's all
she
part of
will
my
take
plan
it.
to make her more likely to
She is the one who
beat me
brought
up.
me to Moonrise and into the
All part of the
presence
plan.
her so-called god. I will find her. I will murder her. And I will smile.
11 out of 10 voice acting on this whole thing.
In killing Ketheric, we fractured the power. When we killed the tieflings at the Grove, I was not in control of my actions. You do not have that excuse. So I ask you, why? Why kill them?
This is Minty's character in a nutshell. At least what I find most interesting about her. She is insightful. She is got probably the most emotional intelligence of any of the recruitable companions. And she genuinely does know the difference between right and wrong. She is still evil because she chooses that. And I think that's really interesting. Dominant empathy and then let's murder. Yeah, that's what makes her interesting. Because she's not crazy like Orin, for example. She understands her actions and the impact of her actions. She chooses to do that. It's calculated. It's controlled. Multifaceted. Let's go with this. A violent urge drives me. I wasn't in control of my actions.
But you had the prism, did you not? So the Absolute was not the cause. Are you in control of your actions now?
No. An omnipresent authority figure controls all of my actions. This is a reference to Jaheira dialogue in BG 1 and 2. If you click on Jaheira's portrait enough, she says something to the effect of, "Yes, oh, omnipresent authority figure." She starts talking to you, the player. And this is that.
Then you are no different than I once was.
Disapproves.
We can travel together, but there can be no perhaps in time, now.
Okay, she didn't like that. Hello, Aelin.
Ketheric is dead.
So when do we make her
Balthazar
worse? I don't know if we
is
can
dead.
because of that dialogue. I don't know if we can.
Sweet
We'll
Isabel
see.
is no more. But we live.
Like the Warcraft joke lines, click on them enough, one character say, "You ever feel like we're controlled by invisible hands guiding our actions?" Yeah,
We live at the mercy
there's a
of the
line
gods.
for, I believe it's a Tav line. If you click on Tav's portrait enough in this game,
I've no guarantee of days to come.
it'll be like,
We must
"Ow,
remain vigilant
is that the tadpole?"
and
You can feel
grateful.
you clicking on them.
I will join your camp tonight. There we will discuss the spirals of time, past and future. You said
I can't loot these corpses because Aelin will get mad. But look, it's Wolburn.
You helped me escape. And I'm not a man easily impressed. I am.
You recall stories of the Iron Hand known.
But our forebears were foolish, complicit with Saravok's madness. Oh,
I filled appeals. It's all coming together. I can hardly believe it. Breathe quiet.
We're gonna sign something here.
The Absolute has laid our plans. Free for the taking. It's finally time for the Iron Hand nose to come.
never wanted the easy path.
You can always make her worse. It's free accurate dialogue. Cool. How you doing, Mustard? So the bare truth, I killed the tiefling to please her because there's male drow on my first playthrough, and I simp for her so hard. Turns out it's the only dialogue option she proves of in that dialogue. Ah, good to know. Oh yeah, I do still have a Slayer form. Okay, the puddles, or not the puddles, the
There are many more battles ahead, but if we are to succeed,
You know, the
The road to Baldur's
tentacle
Gate
fountain
west of
things
town. If
to
you
restore
hurry,
that.
you'll arrive before the Absolute's forces.
But the shadows remain. On our guard.
Scratch, don't run into the holy fire. Scratch, you have 1 HP. Scratch. We'll let him do his thing. We'll let Scratch cook. Go down here for 60 XP.
Here goes nothing.
I don't think there's enough for me to hit 11 without doing a fight. These are 20 XP each? Or are they 60 each? 60 total or 60 individually? I don't know.
Do we have a target? I have it.
Each? Okay. Beautiful.
Your command. Yes. On your command.
But you are a vengeance paladin. Good go. I don't know how you got knocked that way, but I'll take it.
I thirst for combat.
Dex got lowered by trembling legs, so
Ready for battle. Fresh orders?
it's 16 damage. That it's upcast. See invis, man. Go off. You secure this kill? Yeah. Sure. It's prone. That is 60 each. Nice.
My victims await.
Let me channel divinity for Turn Undead right now. Full grinding Skelly.
I thirst for combat.
The fact that Minty does that much damage, like, I don't have any invest... What? Okay, Radiant Vuln. Sure. Okay. Like, that's resistant. Crazy stuff, man. Recharge. Why is Minty critting so much? He's just rolling well. Sure, we'll force one there. Why not? And that's level 11. I mentioned this, why this fight now? XP would make the difference for Merkel, so no need to risk it. Right. I didn't want to do it then, risk expending any resources, but right now, hitting level 11 before having to deal with the monks in the astral plane is helpful. Also, this crazy buff bar, I'm about to lose it. Played Elden Ring, just picked it up, looks like a game you'd enjoy. I haven't played it yet. I was considering playing it on DLC release. It's something I've consumed a lot of content of, so I'm familiar with it. Occasionally Lazy sends me builds that he's dunked on people with in PvP. So I have some surface level familiarity with a little bit. I've watched Trade play it. It was like my third most watched thing on category on Twitch the year it came out. Check out Minty's levels first. So either of these would be a feat. Getting her alert would be wise. I could get her a level of a wisdom class to force her spellcasting stat back to wisdom. Does she benefit significantly from a druid level? No. No. I mean, a monk level would be funny, because she's doing heavy armor master stuff. With Helldusk armor. So she would still have all of her monk features. Heavy armor master monk, that's toxic. That's really toxic. I don't think I do that. Because I could get her 6th level spellcasting right now. We'll get her Cleric 8. Early Helldusk for Monk in general is toxic, it's so good. Yeah, it solves the literal only downside Monk has, that they can't really take a hit too well. It just completely eliminates that with 0 downsides. Crazy stuff. Taking alert. Makes sense here. So does Dual Wielder, to be honest. What would I have her do with Dual Wielder? We didn't get the Infernal Rapier, because no will. She's still gonna be holding the, Hill Giant Club for a while. Here's an option. If I fix her strength problem with, like, Hill Giant Gloves, for example, I could have her hold Duelist Prerogative for the double reaction, allowing her to click War God's Blessing 2 times in a turn. That's not huge because for Slayer, like, I don't have accuracy problems. With 28 strength and Tavern Brawler, I don't have accuracy problems. But it's something interesting to think about. Yeah, I think Alert is the play. As for me, take Fighter 7, Remarkable Athlete Jump, another 3 meters of jump distance. Hitbox is big enough that Minty was actually taking that. I can just go here.
Still taints the land. Perhaps we could have lifted it had we tried.
I mean, Halsin's dead, so no, Minty, but... Okay. This is how far I can jump without a jump potion. Right now.
In your name.
If I have Minty apply that to me. More monk levels could push this farther, technically, but champion, you know. Champion does the trick. Fun stuff.
Fresh orders.
So now that Minty has Alert, she has no problems here. I guess I still like Amulet of Branding here. I don't pick up Resonant Stone again yet.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
This gives me enough initiative for now. I'll need to use Vigilance once I'm in Slayer form, I guess. Although, no, I probably start the fight against the monks by, in my humanoid form, so that I can action surge, and then Slayer form, and get 6 attacks, 7 if I haste. Yeah, that's the play. Not gonna have the carry weight for everything I'm holding right now. Oh, it's because I have fucking 80 greater healing potions. Yeah, that's part of it.
Yes.
Now Benthara is encumbered.
Nothing hurts anymore.
I never used the mirror in the Gauntlet of Char.
Don't waste a step.
Whole field trip. So the broken Mirror of Loss here fulfills the condition for you knowing what the Mirror of Loss does when you go to use it in Act 3. There's 3 different ways to do that. Either a check here, reading a note behind a perception check, in the Cloister of Somber Embrace, or passing a DC 25 religion check at the functional Mirror of Loss. Arcana? It might be Arcana. Yeah, it might be Arcana. You still have to do the religion check. It's an Arcana check followed by a religion check. Yeah, you're right. The other intelligence one. We don't talk about history. It's history. I'll stop.
No traps, please.
We need to figure out how to use Mirror Loss to get 20 Charisma without using feats. So each time you, like, pass on the mirror, each time you get a good outcome on the invisible dice roll, you have a chance to get the +1 Charisma. Or no, sorry, each time you use it, you have a chance to get that. So you want to use your bad stats first to give you more chances. So you're less likely to get the good outcome, because getting the good outcome locks you out of using the mirror. So you give away your bad stats if you're going for the +1 Charisma. And once you get it, then you give away a high stat, or the knowledge from the Necromancy of Thay, if you want it guaranteed. But you give away a high stat to get the buff that you want. So if you were, say, a Warlock going for Charisma, you give away, like, Intelligence first, then Wisdom. If you're lucky, you get the +1 Charisma. Then you give away a high stat, your Dexterity or your Charisma itself, for the +2 Charisma, netting you total +3. Sounds extremely counterintuitive. It's a lot of hidden stuff. It's less complicated than I'm making it sound. Basically, you want to have as many chances at the mirror as possible to maximize your chances of getting the +1. And then once you've gotten that, if you've gotten that, then you just want to get the good buff. Then you use Remove Curse and get the stats back? Yes. That's why people say they get 3 Charisma from Barrick. Yeah, there's a separate +1 Charisma buff you can get. I still have every kind of enhanced ability on right now, thanks to Ethel, so... I got 14 inch. Let's guidance.
That will fit in my... There was magic within this mirror once. Consuming magic. But it's shattered now.
That's all we needed. Passing this check do? It removes the first of the checks you need to do to properly use the Mirror of Loss in Act 3. Book on the table without the mirror. Yeah, that's the second way to do it. And the third way is to pass a check at the mirror. No vendors for me to offload this stuff to at the moment. Just stick that out. Alright, let's save, let's rest. This will clear all of my buffs, unfortunately, but necessary. Can I just talk to Aelin? That sorts it out.
Something's on my mind.
Have I redeemed rants?
What do you know about...
Then I have to rant about something.
When you feel Shadowheart's, your mind joins with its.
And my parents.
Oh.
You have been forewarned for what... And see the...
Rant? What am I ranting about? Trash weapon. 2 points, don't know what to do. Alright, someone give me a rant topic. Also, I'm hungry, so it might be a low energy rant.
This was I felt, but that
Shadowheart looks distraught.
I suppose there's
We already had this
she
conversation.
took flight to hunt down. Thank you. I think.
Okay. She's a little confused. Microtransactions. Okay, so microtransaction was not a dirty word until publishers like EA absolutely just skull-fucked it into being a taboo topic. There is such a thing as benign and beneficial microtransactions, such as purely cosmetic things that are not in loot box form, that maybe grant a revenue stream for, that are not overpriced, that maybe grant a revenue stream for additional content development for a game. For example, like $1 skins for a game hurts absolutely fucking nothing as long as they're purely cosmetic. But you have stupid bullshit like
Can't slow down.
$20 skins. Like things that either fall in the pay-to-win category or the pay-for-convenience category. Oblivion Horse Armor absolutely ruined us too, yeah. Pay-for-convenience is a slippery slope. It can still be done well, but pay-to-win and, free-to-play games. I played Star Wars The Old Republic for several years, and I don't know how it works now, but at the time where I played it, you need to buy a weekly pass if you are not a monthly subscriber to do certain activities. Free to play. Free to play. Disagree, pay for convenience is an example of a game that could have made better, chose not to for monetary reasons. By pay for convenience, I mean things like giving a shortcut option for something you can obtain in a reasonable amount of gameplay time. There are some people who have so much disposable income that they're willing to just shell out to not have to do something. For example, and this is gonna catch some heat because of how polarizing the conversation about this is, but Capcom has some games that function in this way, where you can pay money for something that you can do even easily in a game. Like in Devil May Cry and Resident Evil, which are single-player games, you can, if you are crazy enough or wealthy enough, you can pay real money to get like maximum item progression, which is something that if you played normally you could get in like an hour of playing the game without deviating or even doing any grinding. That's the kind of thing where for people who don't value their money, they can do that, and it doesn't really hurt the game because the thing is still obtainable without having to do that. That's pay for convenience. The kind of pay for convenience I was talking about. Pay for convenience is really predatory in Farmville type games where you pay to skip waiting times. I feel like that's outside the sphere of what I would consider pay for convenience. That's pay to not have an awful quality of life. It's money. There's a fine line. I could put away the dwarf meat for a while. You don't need that anymore. I kind of like the idea of using the telekinesis gloves on Minty. I can just yeet things. Let's do that with Orchid Bit of Intellect.
Still in control. Just...
Okay. Played through Dragon's Dogma 2 twice, haven't felt the need to buy micros. Yeah, I trust Lazy Data on this more than anyone on the subject. Huge Dragon's Dogma fan, played 2, said his piece on how the microtransaction conversation was hijacked, and it's manufactured outrage in this case. Not to say that real cases to be outraged about don't exist. They do. But like that particular one was bandwagoning.
Looks like an army marched through here.
Go. Not click yes. Thought I did.
Ketheric is defeated. The path ahead clear.
Yeah, fuck the Shadow Curse. Don't care about that. What happened to KOTOR remake? Good question. Good question. It'll probably never happen. Development hell be like.
Sergeant.
No.
So you came.
Forgive.
Perhaps get back to your
Duty. Your plan.
control your need. They.
A real crime remaking RE1 again. Do you think we'll get a third RE1 remake before we get a single Code Veronica remake? Because yeah, we've had 2 RE1 remakes already. Yes, I count the director's cut.
Beyond the...
Too base for the RE players. That's true.
With haste. More for me.
Do we have Devil May Cry 6
I'm
yet?
supposed to sacrifice myself to stop the Absolute. I can't fathom how, as luck would have it, you'll
Handle the Chad knife tech. More like had a meltdown over having to manage inventory.
The gate is closed. Had to place him in a position of such... Then, if the time comes and I can stay one move ahead of him, if we track down my old cop... Unless...
I really need to take a count on how many raspberries you can have at this point in the game. I'm certain I missed some. But considering I went and got all that extra gruel, I have, I didn't grab suspicious meat either. I have the dwarf meat. I think I'm doing okay.
What's inside?
First experience with micros and game does not care about games, the Assassin's Creed series. I've run on it too much, don't know what to do, rely on microtransactions, and earn twice the amount of money. Yeah, it's funny, so seeing how skewed people's priorities are. There's all that fake outrage over, oh no, we have to see a black guy in our video game, oh no. There's that, and people aren't fucking talking about... Did you see the pricing of that game? Did you see how much actual, real money they are charging you for that game? Talk about that. But people showing their asses. People are more racist than they are interested in positive things for themselves. So, it'll always go to that. It's like 160 bucks, yeah. I just don't like that series. Yeah, the discourse is toxic. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with disliking a series. Like, Assassin's Creed, I enjoyed the first 3-4 games. You know, the original 2, Brotherhood, 3, and then I played Black Flag a little bit later. Never really enjoyed it after that. Haven't tried the new wave of, like, Origins onwards. I just didn't care to. It's not my thing. It's not for me. People like it, cool. More power to them. But I don't give a shit about it. Assassin's Creed 2 is pretty damn good. Great game for the time. Great game.
The event, the apple.
I forgot to do a thing.
What will you liberate the true souls from that? You'll but sleep.
Hopefully I'll be fine.
We're under attack. Fight your way to the portal. I need your help.
Even though the samurai is based on an actual historical figure. Yes, they don't care. He's a black guy. They're gonna be mad. It's, unfortunately, it is just that simple.
Where do I go from here? Seems like the best way.
Can I click on the portal game? You know let me do that? Thank you.
I'm here. Help me. I'm under attack.
Can't give up now.
There can be no respite. By my oath.
Hurry. I can't hold them back alone.
You not have warding bond prepared, Minty? Why do you not have warding bond prepared? What happened? Why did your prep spells change? Why does the game do this?
It's not over. Come to the skull.
I'm fucking busy. Leave me alone. Shove your tentacle down your fucking throat.
I need you now.
Bitch, I'm busy.
Skull. Come to the skull.
So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along. On my way.
Remember, fellas, Ubisoft makes quadruple A games now. They're worth more than our souls. Quadruple A, that shit's still... ugh. Wild. Just the audacity. That's all I have to say about that. The fucking audacity.
No one back home will ever believe this.
What elixir do I want here? No, just because it is clean and it makes the most sense.
Awaiting orders.
Do that.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
Me. Destroy the guard together.
While burning on use, you have the movement.
At once.
Physical wall.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Action surge. Glare. Bit of balance. 100 damage, 104 damage. That'll do it. I need to be careful about how I position there so I don't get lift. That would be awkward.
Ready for battle.
Should've just clicked triple slay. It's fine. I have shield with crawls. Let's see how you like this. It's fine. You can have that. I'm gonna go right here. They probably click Flames of the Phoenix at me, just fireball. I don't need to care about that.
Yes.
Minty still has 8 turns of universal resistance. Players should get comfortable with not owning games. Yeah, yeah. And people aren't mad about that.
Destroy the honor guard.
Hey, so I can have Minty Telekinesis, that one.
Unleash me.
Off the edge. Just crits. Yeah, you know, have a War God's Blessing.
For my princess honor.
You just went for that? Okay. Sure. Just gotta find a spot. Where I can throw you in the pitch. Ah. There.
To what end?
Beautiful. No, it's just you. Me and you, baby boy. Well, there's you two, I guess. Yes.
Let me strike.
We're in the week. We'll slash the week.
If I must.
Additions, you also get reverb. Hit you for a nice 80.
Thank you. That was too close. Don't look at me like that. I am a mind flayer. Yes.
An unnerving revelation. But if this is our protector, so be it.
It's like an adventurer.
Oh,
That
you're
longing
not.
brought
Stop
me
lying.
for years. I suspect
Remember,
people my name. He told me
when asked why did you deceive me,
as a slight.
responding with
To
more
remind me of the
deception
heights
proves they are trash.
But I alone. Orpheus will... If the Githyanki ever find out... Well, all I needed to do was subdue Orpheus. You carry a tadpole. As far as Orpheus is concerned, you are... As an Illithid, I have far surpassed. If you let me, I... So, do you wish to evolve or not? And you will soon... Now, hold... It wants to evolve, but it cannot do so.
Hey, Void Bolt. Ever seen this combo with Minty? Yeah, actually, that was my first time seeing that. Too. Hadn't thought about it. Hey, Vigilance Elixir. That's nice. Like the VA behind Emson, it makes disliking his character really hard. I dislike the character quite a bit. But not in a I don't think the character's well written way. In a they wrote this character to be absolutely unlikable, intentionally kind of way. And the only way he's likable is if the manipulations are working on you. So, well written. Are you seducing the squid move? No, don't. Stop it.
Reporting.
No time to rest.
I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
Okay, fine. Minty, sure. Nemesis in Hades, he seduced you too? I mean, yes, but in the context of Hades, I am a filthy gutter slut. Everybody is hot, and they can all get it.
Very well.
Bark, bark, woof, 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 etc.
Seems like a good.
Ever's worse than Halcyon.
You
True.
wish to consult me?
You like the most in Hades too? I hate Nemesis, but I like Nemesis.
Its influence, I will be unstoppable.
I like Hecate. Hecate's fun. Interesting character. Definitely some layers that I expect to see explored in certain ways, narratively.
The parasite's thoughts
Who's
whisper
wants stuff
at
about
the edge of
Hecate?
your
I
mind.
mean, yeah.
It wants
She's
to
a
share
Hades
itself
character.
with you. It wants to be
She's the
let in.
BG3 narrator. That, not this
be
guy.
afraid.
The other voice you heard.
It only wants to help you evolve.
A coldness seeps through your
Hecate.
veins as the tadpole awakens. Its yearning almost unbearable. Your mind is a veritable feast. The tadpole's essence courses through you. Where it touches, your flesh, glands, organs contract and flood with pure thought. You feel
The blood on the inner thigh
your body has
sends a
never
different
felt
message
more
here
connected.
about what's
Your
happening.
mind present in every flex of a joint or muscle.
Perhaps, once the others see what you can do, they will consider trying it for themselves.
There's nothing confusing about that, Boo. Nothing confusing about that at all.
Our enemies are everywhere.
Are you encumbered? What happened?
What to do?
I hope this is important.
Nothing more tadpoles
your
to spend. Get you Black Hole. Let's get you Sonic Dominance. cast Mind Blast.
I have a lot on my mind.
Actually, having to loot tadpoles in Act 3 will be a new experience for me. Haven't had to do this in many a playthrough. And we're just gonna not talk to Shadowheart about certain things so that she doesn't change her hair.
I have a lot on my mind.
It is Orpheus, the first Vlaakith of men. The astral plane would be.
Accidentally backseated on a BG3 stream even though I didn't mean to. ADHD ass got me banned. Backseating's one of those things you really gotta be careful with, because there's some people who, you know, welcome input, right? But for some people, being denied the ability to figure things out for themselves can be really frustrating. Remember, people only get a first experience with a thing once. And losing that can be a really shitty feeling. So, it's fine here, you don't have to worry about it here, but I do get people wanting to lock that down. I'm bad for backseating, even though I thought I was just being conversational. I will say there are some people who were overzealous about it. And at times can be unreasonable. That's true too. Wasn't backseating, just remember to find the weapon. You see, I could see interpreting that as backseating, but I don't think that's, at least with my personal perspective, I don't think that's, like, bannable. But it varies person to person. Yeah, right, everyone's got their own rules.
Anything of use?
Jake, there is no way you want food, because I got you food already. It's attacking the monitor again. Want to chill here? Want to hang out? Understand if it's, you know, if you don't want a lap cat right now. It's fucking hot in here. So it's fun because can't backseat Quag knows everything. Nah, I don't. That's the thing. I learn new stuff from you guys every stream as well. That's part of why I like people bringing their input to the table. It depends on how you phrase it, right? Because sometimes you'll have people who do think they know everything, and they'll come in and be like, why are you not doing this? And it's like, because that's a fucking stupid idea, and here's why. Sometimes that happens, but sometimes the scope of this game is so large that most people have some sort of unique piece of information about the game, right? Due to different approach, different amount of experience, etc. So a lot of times it could be something that never occurred to me, or something that I just didn't think of at the moment. So I like hearing the way people go about things in this game for that reason. Okay, I think this cat wants water. It is hot. I will accept you spilling the water bowl all over the place, as long as you drink some of it. Hydration is important. Be right back. Other viewers coming to see streamer be entertainingly frustrated by the game. It's good to be mindful of other viewers' experience. That true. That too. That's true. I can speak. Okay, so let's find a shady place to stand. Get Shade Clinger going.
You need my expertise. On my way.
Still alive, so that's progress. Still breathing, despite everything. Walking death.
YouTube guide telling Act 3 gear for the build's hilarious. Oh, some people like, hey guys, want to share with you a cool guide for a character. Step 1, kill Orin.
Excuse me. That was last 10 day though. I'll pay.
Hey, hang on, Minthara approves of you giving money to the kid? Minthara, isn't your whole
I do
thing?
not understand why the matrons, sorry, patriarchs
Hang
of
on.
the city do not open their gates
People were in
to
a
the
club, step 2,
refugees.
leave. I missed that. That was so fun. I'm glad we got to do that for one run. We didn't actually leave, but getting her weapons that way was so funny. I'm surprised to hear you suggesting aid for those in need.
I was not suggesting they be allowed to roam free. They should be put to work. The city needs laborers
There we go.
and fodder to
There it is,
protect
Mad Mac. See? How you doing? Good to see you. Only fair they should earn their keep.
Yes. And if they work hard enough for long enough, the city might allow
Forced
them
labor
to earn their
pog.
freedom one day.
The children yearn for the mines, chat.
Who are you calling this
Currently raging in Diablo.
If you want us to get our hands dirty,
What's
it'd be
making you
our
rage? I'll
pleasure.
fight it. I'll beat it
But
up.
that'll be extra.
I just want to remove these unlawful. I'm a very magnanimous individual, but this is my home! Either they leave, or I'll make them. Fine.
The Guild, a loose coalition.
I'd say you'll live to regret it, but honestly, I'm not so sure you'd live.
Gold is nothing to me. My only pleasure in life is blood, and I'll be having yours. That goes so hard, I have to click it. My first time playing, bad, I have no idea what I'm doing, the damage isn't damaging. It's a very overwhelming game to get into.
I think you're overestimating your abilities somewhat. But I haven't got time for this. Come on, boys. We've got places to be.
Yeah, you run. Go ahead. Bye-bye. So I should have Astarion do some vendoring for me. Oh yeah, no Mattis. I was like, yeah, let's go buy shit from Mattis. No, we can't do that. One initiative bow from Ferg, but I guess that can wait. Let's go get the tadpole in the, thingy over here. Child of Lord Ball, the city's eternal tormentor. Do you have any last words? Oh yeah, that's the one if you go find out and then come back. Now, why am I walking?
Seems like the best way. Let's see.
Minty says rekindle Whimsy romance art. I mean, it's somewhat ambiguous, but in my opinion, yeah, they definitely fucked.
They're dying for me. All of them.
Your command.
Well, so much for peace. All is ash and meat. With haste.
All the weak range up. So Durgan's photo. Talk to Orin too. I guess do that. Right, dig spot. That's funny. Spin-off movie or series for Minty. If they ever made like a show adaptation of this, yeah, Minthara having a big role would be great. I would also say they should get all of the original voice actors on board. Which, if someone doesn't visually fit a role, then that means you have them dub over, or you just do an animated series or something. But get all of the actors back. All of them. Change fucking nothing.
You're right. I thought that. I'm not paid to debate CVs.
No, we pay taxes for you to get somebody drunk at Mark.
You're no sus. I'd put my money on Christine.
I mean, I guess a few side characters could change. But, like, I'm referring to main characters when I say that.
Is this your first time in Baldur's Gate? These days, there's barely enough to go.
If I wasn't wearing this uniform, I'd walk round there and teach him a... I say we march round there and slip...
So Orin is a shapeshifter. How long has she been watching?
Pathfinder series, tried it? No. Not familiar.
Maybe I need more pockets.
If nothing else.
Finders bloody keepers, I say.
And away I go.
Fresh a new drink, perhaps?
Should get an eye roll now for the move and jump speed while I'm not in Slayer form. No.
That's curious.
Front page material. The name's Lens, reporter with the Baldur's Mouth Gazette. So, you've arrived at My sources tell me you recently vanquished the fearsome General The cult's threat is
She's toying with me.
Oh, Bullen's
What does she want?
Cool. Thanks, Minty. This is why we left Wolverine alive. Just so we have access to this room. Literally no other reason.
What now? Never a dull moment. These boots have seen everything.
The boss is...
I get a Starian in my party here. I can do some talkie-talkie.
Always a pleasure.
Fuck them gnomes. Yeah, they suck.
I can't even tell if any of you are acting strange because you've been replaced or because this group is full of weirdos.
Valid. It's turning now. No vendor, no rest, no steel, runge, Gloomstalker, assassin, barrel build, because the largest solo honor BG3 creator set those rules on her own run, and then a bunch of people copied it.
You think I want my... Only if you're quick.
Martial exertion gloves. What we're here for.
Now let...
Sorry.
Careful, I bite.
You think I'll... Only if you're quick. Now...
I've got a long road ahead.
Duality, yeah. Did the entirety of Act 2 without long rest on Gloom Assassin's not hard at all. Yeah, it's just a mentality thing more than anything.
Alright, what now?
But hey, if it gets people thinking more outside the box, like, I'm very okay with that. Specifically because early takes on balancing this game from a lot of people, especially people who were speaking with authority in spaces like the BG3 build subreddit, did things like downplay Ranger in its entirety, Rogue in its entirety, but also specifically the Gloomstalker and Assassin subclasses. They're like, oh, you should just, if you're gonna play Ranger, play a Hunter. It's like... They'd say, you can't surprise a lot of bosses, so you shouldn't play Assassin. It's like, that's not even fucking true. Can you name 4 bosses you can't surprise? They can't. Remember, Ranger was discouraged hard, which is crazy. It's insane. So if a creator with a big platform is gonna use her platform to showcase some of the awesome things you can do in this game, and continue to do that, as she has been doing, I think that's pretty cool. Not her fault people decide to copy her. Anything, it's a good thing. Now it's the most popular honor solo mode build. Yeah, and it's really good. Remember, Gloomstalker Assassin is what I did for my first honor solo. And that was back when people were saying Gloomstalker isn't good, or Ranger isn't good. We live in more evolved times now. I really like the no vendors thing, kind of limits things you could do. That's the point.
I have something to ask.
Good. I resistance fighters. And the fucking Gondians. These steel watchers. The
fucking Gondians.
I get the bomb inside the gun. This.
Thank you for the bomb. We get 65 XP for getting the bomb from Wolverine. What I ran for my solo Tactician build for honor was a thing. Yeah, I ran Gloom Assassin on Tactician on a few playthroughs. I did lots of Archer playthroughs on Tactician. You know, some combination of Ranger, Fighter, Bard, Rogue. Was those classes. The fucking Gondians, bro. Can you believe the Gondians, chat? The fucking Gondians?
Better be cautious. How much farther can I go?
Sure, racist teeth, no.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Never catch an Iron Hand gnome supporting an evil tyrant. Never. Never. Just ignore that time that's exactly what they did. Or ignore the Iron Hand gnome that wants to be an evil tyrant. Just ignore those things. Not relevant. So I can sell all these for a pretty penny. So I grabbed them. Yeah, the only reason Wulbren survives is so that I can get martial exertion gloves and these 3 things. So just this line of 4.
Moving ahead.
Enough to clean Crimson's cage, but not enough to organize. Our enemies still.
Let's have Minty get us circus access.
Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, well, that's a first. Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times, I can take no chances. Move along. No circus for you. Well,
shouldn't have wished.
It's a noble inspo too. I guess noble inspo route pops off in this act, huh? Definitely gonna delay a Kabi. Dark displacement gloves could be funny on Minty. Maybe mess around with those.
If not over, then through.
Cloak mod I like's pretty balanced. Cloaks are a thing that I would mess around with mods for. Field Trooper. Yeah, because there's 0 magical cloaks before Act 2. Unless you were Dark Urge. Literally 0. It's just an empty slot. Unless you have the purely cosmetic one from the deluxe edition. Want anything from Exocap? Not right now.
we don't need your kind.
Stelmane is dead. This does not bode well.
Enjoying using battle axes lately. They've just got a really good core set of abilities. Cleave, prepare. Good stuff.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Need to find a way forward.
Speak quickly.
Well, I do. Which means we're getting a real room.
Should mind my step.
Okay, prepare. Was it... Is it great axes that get prepare? Then? One of the axes gets, prepare.
In a word, sir. A potion? What good is that?
Great axes? Right, okay. Yeah, battle axes are the versatile ones. Right. I see. Jaheira's Scimitar is something I'd do a run with after Trade pointed out. It gets cleave. Jaheira's main hand Scimitar, the Sylvan Scimitar, is a +1 weapon that uses your spellcasting attribute for your attack rolls. So you could attack with it as, you know, a charisma weapon on a sorcerer, for example. And it has cleave as well for AoE. It's light, so you can dual wield it with other things. It's really interesting.
That's your command.
We'll have Minty hang out over here.
To pleasure your fine maiden.
The shadows
To fill
are
her
my
fingers
friend.
with yours in pure ecstasy.
Match time, have a good one. Have a good one, Sora.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Welcome to Danthilon's Dancing Axe. Our stock isn't used. It's tried and tested by the finest adventurers.
Bro turned. Okay. Actually cheating.
On my way.
Sure. If you're gonna cheat, I can too. Send to camp so it doesn't break my invis. What are you gonna do about it? Isn't this fun? Isn't it fun that you started this?
Something good here, I hope.
3 AM wake up time for me. Don't let me be a bad influence. He's turning to look. No, he shouldn't be able to do that.
Exactly. Pleasure isn't just physical.
Can't slow down.
How about the flop house? It has plenty of spare drown.
I don't know the key for this, but do I have to care about that?
Alright, time to scout it out.
Surely this isn't a
Everyone else
bonus.
minds their business, I'll be fine.
A remarkable athlete works on this? That's so funny, actually.
Come on, open up.
So fighter, champion fighters, decent at lock picking. Ah, that's double ones. Oh, a high shovel.
Candlekeep. Maybe even art.
The map shows tunnels beneath a temple. The name Father Lorgan is scrawled alongside them.
Walmart jack of all trades. Did I not cast freedom of movement? Oh. Did forget to do that. That's kind of important.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Real answer here is just fly up the balcony, open the door, the balcony door isn't locked. Oh, that one? Ha! Yeah, you're right. I'll do that next time. Just kill the cow after the tieflings leave to get the guidance necklace. That's not the guidance necklace, that's the shapeshifter's boon ring. Is there a better way of doing it? I would highly recommend you do not kill the strange ox outside of Last Light, because one of the perks, well, there's a couple reasons. One, the Hat of Fire acuity is added to its loot pool in Act 2 onwards, so if you ever want that item, you gotta wait. But two, killing it in Last Light will cause everyone in Last Light to become allied to you instead of neutral, which means you can do things like use Longstrider, Aid, Shield of Thralls on them, which helps out a lot in the fight defending Isabel. It also helps if you are going to throw all the Harpers and Fists to their death in the water, because you don't have to make checks to throw allies, or to sneak around them. You can, the way I did it this run, if you still want the Shapeshifter's Boon Ring in Act 1, if you lower the Strange Ox's attitude towards you enough without killing it, when you go to talk to it, instead of its normal dialogue, you'll get the, this individual isn't fond of you. Maybe a gift will fix that dialogue. And then you can open the trade UI, and then just buy the ring.
Never wanted the easy path. Cursed to put my hands on everything. I should speak up.
Well, we've other ways. Oh. Anything else on your mind, sweetie?
Brothel? Pleasure house?
Den of decadent delight?
You are safe, my love. I'm here.
Beach fight? Eventually? Way too much weight. Plus 7.
If it is for the best.
Plus 11. Okay, that's fine. Freedom of movement.
You're not staying. At your command.
Let's get going.
Music and all-round pleasant folks.
I actually want shovel around right now.
Still alive, so that's progress. Best be on my way.
Now let's go to the beach fight. That's another Dirge inspo. So a bunch of XP for fighting, of course. But there's also some tadpoles there too. We want those. Technically, I should probably wait to do this until after we've freed Volo, because that'll get my next Slayer ability. That gets you Piercing Growl, which, you know how cracked Mind Blast is with Resonance Stone? Piercing Growl is just basically that in piercing flavor. Obviously, piercing means you can, in a duo, second person can have ballast armor. I don't know if I do that, considering I'm having Minty do warding bond stuff. If I want her holding ballast, or wielding ballast armor, then I'm gonna need more damage reduction from other sources. Probably like Defender Flail, Force Conduit Shield.
Another quake. What's going on?
It's the Elder Brain.
And maybe she'd need Abjuration over Divination.
I hope this is important. For your sake.
Important idea. You have a 9 and a 2. Okay. I need to get in the habit of checking that as well.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
This way, I always get confused about that. Got 4 of those. There's apparently a chain lightning trap here that is somewhere in this vicinity that is a lot of runs for people. I have a lifted flight, so I never trigger that, but imagine not having flight could make that
As if we are a horde of dumb-footed dwergar.
Dwergar catching a stray from
Moving
the
in. Fall by my hand. Can't risk being in open view.
Awaiting orders. A trap. Let us send forth.
None will find me.
That same ship was at Moonrise Towers, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like those two are about to fight.
Ice Storm, get our action back. So, I forgot to grab Resonance Stone. Could have been next level Toxic here with Psionic Overload into Slayer. Maybe I can still... Can Minty go to Cam? She can. Let me cook. And that over there.
Behold the dance of death.
The Action Surge. Bionic Overload. Flare Form. And we don't slip on the ice, right? We make sure to not slip on the ice. How about two? Just Flesh Rock. So, Slay is lying in its description. It always has this chance to apply Stricken with Flesh Rock. We had 6 attacks there because of Action Surge. Have a 9. Did you kill everyone here for that urgent spell? That is the plan. I said that a few minutes ago.
The guild owns this city.
Advantage on you. Sure. Let's get a spike bulb. Tell me again? What are you not gonna tell me again? Was it that you were gonna tell me again? Off Volatile Shield from the Psionic Overload damage. black hole everyone together. And let's have Minty Void Bulb. A little bit closer together. Or play a Dirge. I was bleeding there. I would have them crits, so I have the Spike Bulb to apply bleed. So, Spike Bulbs, apply bleeding for 1 turn. I have Boal's Benediction, so I have advantage on attack rolls against bleeding enemies. Slay applies Contagion to bleeding enemies. Multi-attack gets my strength modifier on every hit against bleeding enemies. So that's an extra 9 damage for 4 hits. A lot of benefits. Oh, they all died to the jump. Okay. That's a noble inspo too. Yeah, Minthara was definitely designed for Dirge duo stuff. So the reason I went and got like 100 Void Bulbs from Omelum is because, to my knowledge, Omelum is the only consistent, or the only renewable, I should say, source of Spike Bulbs in the game. There's a few you can loot throughout Act 1, but he's the only place you can get more. So we spent quite a while getting more from him earlier in today's stream. These scrap and shrapnel grenades are technically Spike Bulbs too, but I don't know of any more of those either. So I'm going to want to force the target of Orin to be Yenna, which is going to require me having Gale and Lae'zel in my active party as well. They don't need to be with me, they just need to be in the party. Because the targets that are valid right now are Gale, Lae'zel, Minthara. But if they're with me, then they get skipped. So, by doing that, I can make Orin less disruptive to the run. Oh, I don't think I really need to bother with that. Think about it. What do I care if Orin takes someone, actually? I think I do. I'm hesitant to drop Slayer form. Don't long rest yet. Do it anyway. That's before why Gale was still alive. Remember Elminster ambushed you? Yeah, it was an accident. I didn't mean for Gale to still be alive. There's a tadpole in the chest with the Helldusk boots, right? Did I imagine that? There's one in Gortash's safe in the bank. Go murder Gortash's parents for 2 tadpoles as well. Does he find out about that? If you do that? I don't think he does. 3 of the encounter outside? I already grabbed those. That's the 3 I just spent. There's 6 on that boat by the Steelwatcher Foundry. And there's 1 on the corpse of one of the people I'll need to kill to save Volo. So it's 7, that's 1 for me. We'll still need 3 more for Minty after that.
Time to rest.
Zathis, yourself, or Minty? Minty. To myself as a soul brand. No, I went with Minty because while bonus action is competing with soul brand use, I can't actually soul brand the Slayer. So Minty can soul brand herself, she can soul brand any of our summons that have weapons and any other allies we might have, but she can't soul brand the Slayer. So it's still effective on her bonus action.
If you won't help us, at least let the children in. They've had nothing but scraps for days.
Think there's one in the circus? Oh, we're at the circus.
Shitey little elf. Investigator Valeria thinks it's a murder and is content to blame Brilgal.
Don't be disrespectful. Killing is a form of worship.
Not for any. Now. Yes? Can I help you? Thank you. The killing happened. Valeria never. Logan's in the room.
Okay, you have to enter the conversation again there. It's good to know. It's a monstrosity type or something. It needs to be, something that can hold a weapon, seemingly. So, like, it'll work on skeletons. So it doesn't necessarily need to be humanoid. I think it's just the ability to wield a weapon. And Slayer can't. Now, I can put it on myself before I turn into Slayer, but that only lasts 3 turns. And I don't get the damage, just the movement. Though the movement is what I care about more, honestly. Earth Elementals can they? I don't know. I've not tried to soul branding an Earth Elemental. Does that work? I just like free cast Slayer form? No. You do attack playthrough so I can just test shit all the honor mode saves or at epilogue. Yeah, I finally started using mods for testing purposes. So I can change the rules of Tactician to be the rules of honor. It's helped out a lot. The Myrmidons can probably be soul branded? Probably. So problem with this, I don't have Slayer form. Let's see if just the list is enough, actually.
Guild. Yeah. That's what I heard.
Your tongue, spoon.
Hang on a sec. You remind me of fine. Well.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I don't need to go down there. Looking for now? No, I'm just going to Valeria. I wasn't sure if I needed the Father Lorgan stuff, and it turns out I don't. We'll go down there later, once I have Slayer form back, which I'll get from region travel here.
Darling, it's very leather-like.
For the first time. My heart flutters at the thought.
Over the bridge for free noble and stuff. We'll turn down that XP for Minty.
Reporting.
Did you see how far that watcher
Moving out.
Must have been 10 legs.
Sorry, chum.
We'll just do that too.
I have a lot on my mind.
Bridge down.
And, well, in it.
Nice visual board.
Triumph after triumph. You have excelled in base villainy. For she who fights with monsters should look to it that she herself becomes a monster. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. You have reached the time of majority, and you shall come into your birthright. But another seeks to disinherit you. Do not let her be your death. Your father loves you. You have already made us so proud. Slaughter your line. Become the last of your line. Lord Baal shall have but one chosen.
Memories flood back, snatches of your story written in the blood of 1,000 victims. Years spent in worship of Baal, leading his savage congregation in prayer, sacrifice, and slaughter. You were their master, and he was yours. A cruel master, a dread lord, a devoted father. All is greater than you could have dreamed. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion.
The voice acting goes so hard on all the dirge stuff.
The cruelty of the Slayer leaps around within. You are not the last of your name. Not yet. There is another. The abomination wrapped in flesh you saw in the colony. Orin, dear sister, must die by your hand. An offering in Baal's sanctum. Your heart pines for the love of your lord. Today is a wonderful day for murder.
We've done quite a bit of murdering already today, so...
The what?
And our best buddy Gort is inviting us to chat. Orin is pure cringe. Orin was raised in an environment where she was never going to be anything more than cringe.
Please make your way to the audience chamber.
I could do Wormway.
Are they going to arrest us?
Atia Sanctuary. No, let's wait. So Mazora's not going to show up. For some reasons. We kind of made sure of that.
Is to be resisting its masters. It's acting of its own will.
At your command.
She's still in knockout mode, not the personal spectator. Yeah, I noticed. It doesn't matter if she's in knockout mode. She doesn't have, like, the tadpole powers yet for me to care about that, and I don't really want her doing damage, but yeah. Thank you. I was aware.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Wasn't sure if I needed to invis Minty. I chose to because I wasn't sure if the area transition there would pull her with me. Forgot to get Helldusk boots early. I'll show you right now. You invis, you come up here, move fast, you can do this in the duration of one invis pot.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Over here, you shoot a darkness arrow that does not break your invisibility. Make sure you don't hit the chest, hit the ground. You steal this from inside the darkness cloud. Go to camp. This is the only time you can do this without making Gortash permanently hostile. He has to still be at the coronation.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
There's a tadpole in there. Sick. I messed up a lot. Good thing nobody saw me. Good thing nobody saw me. That could have been bad. I thought I was going back to Minty's location. If you go up there with that orange stone, that's 90% of the trigger and perma-hostile. Not true. Literally interacting with the chest in any way, whether you get seen or not, whether you have the stone or not. If Gortash is not sitting in the coronation, perma-hostile. Doesn't matter if anyone sees you. It just, he instantly changes. There's some kind of flag there.
Stand down.
And it's if you open the chest, it's if you loot the chest, it's if you pick up the chest, you hit the chest, you unlock the chest.
In the presence of the patriarchs of this proud city.
There's a book on plans of betraying, of course he hates it. Yeah, but it's funny that, like, even if nobody sees you, you don't generate a crime response at all. It still changes his hostility. You can watch the circle go from yellow to red if you pick up the chest in the room.
The steel.
Orin told me she made a fool of you. But I should think. So, unite we did. But she made a mess. Together, we can still. She only cares for blood. So I turn to the Scion of Baal.
What? He wants what we want. Orin dead, and the Elder Brain subjugated. An alliance would serve us well.
The faceless in your camp. Before you do, come.
Gathered guests. And
Okay.
Very well.
And we talk to Ravengard. Pleasant little things like that.
There is a fleeting connection.
have you come to behold the new dawn? Go. Be in awe. As I said, Baldur's Gate will ascend. Tyrill's first and only grand city. Have we finished then?
This is one of those, you could use the Illithid power even if you've already used another Illithid check today. I think they kind of do away with that mechanic after Act 1. Like 90% of the checks for that are in Act 1. There's like 2 I can think of in Act 2. But yeah, doing that check makes it so I don't have to persuade Floric if I decide to break her out. Okay, hitting this area transition gets me the Slayer back, which is good, because next priority is rescuing Volo. To get me Piercing Growl. Well, to get me the book that I read for Piercing Growl. Then we work on getting more tadpoles. Yeah. I'm gonna go visit Answer for free 5,125 XP. No, I want to rescue Volo. XP is secondary. Volo's first priority.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
Every criminal really won't feel it. Only Lord Gortash can protect us from the world. Oh, Ash. As the Absolute forces stalk ever.
I should get Mask of Soul Perception for that extra initiative as well.
They could be of use to you.
Getting the gloves from Mexvicap would be wise. It's another one initiative. Elven Chain or Elegant Studded Leather would be more initiative in this slot too. What's Elven Chain sexy? It does look good. It does look good. And it's got most of the perks that Helldusk Armor has for monk stuff. If you don't have Helldusk Armor early, then Elven Chain, as soon as you get access to Act 3, is like your best monk chest armor for a while.
This calls for careful footwork. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Breathe deep. What was she trying to summon? Time to press ahead. I don't.
What's that?
Edit inventory before breaking in. Right. Good job. Thank you. Good reminder.
What sort of curio shop has authentic infernal objects? Don't waste a step.
Gotta shake Raphael's deal before I do that too. +8. Giving Elven Shade to anyone but Selûnite Shard is morally irresponsible. I am the Slayer after all. So there's like a mostly free about 8,000 XP if you do the unlock the path to Answer and grab the Helm of Baldurin and leave. And if you talk to the little girl in the graveyard, then talk to the Mortarch, then talk to the little girl again. That's like 8,000 XP just for doing those two basically free things. But XP is not something I'm worried about. Don't click on any execution notices, that puts Floric's execution on a long rest timer. walking next to this house too close to it causes Araj to blow it up. I'm gonna hold off on that for a bit, I think. I don't want to deal with Ethel yet, so that's pretty free as well. Especially second phase, I can just slay. Then while she's dead, Minty casts Blight on a mushroom. Slay. Getting the fast travel over here. We could go loot Jaheira's basement. We have a Harper pin. The building's abandoned because she's dead, but we can go get Wisdom Amulet. It's not useless. I could sneak into the back of the House of Grief to hit the mirror and get +2 dex. Could sell the rune powder to Blurg. Yeah, let's get a Starion in the party, and he'll sell the rune powder to Blurg.
Good time for a chat.
The urges are calling on you again. So, rather thrilling. I get to watch the blood. Keep your distance, darling.
Just sell this whole row, to be honest. Maybe not that one. Monks don't get armor defense with Elven Chain, right? They do. Elven Chain and Helldust armor are not counted as, like, they're not counted against you for any monk features. They are counted against you for barbarian features, but for whatever reason, not monk.
Keep a blade close.
That's broken? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So monks just get their full movement, their improved jump distance, all their armor class, everything.
Friend, how long has it been?
No downsides.
I am glad to see your case has
Your
set
case.
naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
I should go get Birthright before I do this transaction, but I don't care. This is enough money. Thank you, Starion, for the 18,000 gold transaction. Big stuff.
By my oath.
It's like invincibility or near it. It's pretty crazy AC. It removes the literal only downside of Monk, that being that they're defensively a little flimsy. That's gone with Helldusk. See how Helldusk and not anything else AC-wise. Just Helldusk and a shield. Minty's chilling at 23 AC. Well, you could have, you know, Cloak of Protection, Ring of Protection, that's 25 AC. You could use, Bracers of Defense for another 2, because it counts you as unarmored. You could use, Bone Spike Boots for another 1. You could be hanging out over 30 AC passively. No active buffs, nothing to concentrate on. You just have enough AC that things have to crit you to hit you. And then you can wear, say, Helldusk Helmet, which is not armor at all. Keep all those unarmored benefits, get crit immunity on top of it. And then it's like, things can't hit you with attack rolls at that point. Hellrider's Pride, we can send away. We can get the upgrade with the church now. I should actually go do that. Keep the +3 AC shield for now. Boots of Striding, we can send to camp. We have Helldusk boots now too.
Intestines throb, blood whispers.
Can you get above 30?
I am listening.
Did I forget to get Ring of Twilight? Totally did. Forgot that. This is 26 right now. If you had a fighter dip for that fighting style, that's another 1, 2 actually with Helldusk on. So it's 26 passively. Defender Flail is another 1. 27. Unarmored defense, I'm pretty sure works, so that too. High wisdom. To rank Cyberpunk after Final Makeover, not rank how good is it? I maintain that Cyberpunk has always been a good game. It's now a great game after all the love and support it's gotten. Awesome, awesome game. I'd Fighter B2 with Helldusk because that fighting style is bugged and it's counted twice with certain pieces of gear. It's supposed to just be 1 if you're wearing armor, but you can get 2. Is that the fighting style I picked? Defense. Okay, yeah. The 1 there. If I put on a shield. Oh, maybe they fixed it. Maybe they fixed it. Used to get 2 instances of defense. Yeah, maybe they fixed that one. Good for them. So disregard that one.
You need my expertise.
Can you just, like, be stronger?
Never quiet.
Like here now, hang on.
Enemies are everywhere.
Correct? That seemed correct. Yes. Oh, well, I'm gonna change on a couple things anyway. Probably helmet can't think of +1. It's not armored. No, I mean Helm of Baldurin is 1 armor, but it's medium armor, obviously. So that wouldn't stack with unarmored defense, but it is armor class. You could run a 3 AC shield, Helm of Baldurin. That'd put you to 25 from where Minty is right now. Ring of Protection 26, Cloak of Protection 27, Ring of Twilight and Obscured 28. AC boots 29. Defender flail 30. Yeah, that's 30 AC.
Looking ahead.
Go. Very well then.
Definitely not fixed for armor in its slot as well. Ah, well, there you go. Mustard knows what I was referring to.
You have come far, of course, my child. Within limits.
Reviving
Behold
hands,
my
yes,
wares.
please. Universal resistance as well, why not? We don't get the statue commission now. We certainly have the money. Is that all I needed for Vestarian right now? I'm gonna go buy the initiative bow. I don't need
die
more from
today?
him right now.
How
I can
many
wait.
die tomorrow?
We get along quite well, I think.
You can forget just how much. Sorry, did you want something? It's.
Yeah, reviving hands. Now Minty can just spray blade wards all over the place, including on herself. If I get Ring of Regeneration from Sorcerer Sundries, she'll just passively have that, though the end game is a Helm of Baldurin. That's AC, crit, and stun immunity, also a passive heal every turn, ensuring that she'll have constant blade ward on herself. She's a cleric, so she can just Sanctuary
These things have stayed
herself
interesting.
and the Slayer for that.
They should all be running.
I gave her a Cloud Giant Strength Elixir, so she can just equip that. The torch without ruining her build or anything. Let's go over here.
What do you mean? What else is down there?
Yeah, time to save Bolo.
Magic, isn't it? Just saying.
I think haste home for Minty right now, actually. I should get Scaleritas hat from Devil's Fee. So Minty isn't charisma based right now, is she? No. So haste home's still better. I don't start this in Slayer form. I think I Step of the Wind Invis Pot. Light Scroll. 8. I guessed, how are you? Fairness. did I mention AC gloves with the AC stuff we were doing before? You could run that with the armor setup, Hunter's gloves, +1 from that. Good, you? I'm doing well. Doing well. Shadow Arts passed without trace.
Hmm?
All right. What now? Self-development spell.
Observe the delightful color. Yellow as piss and twice as red. Exquisite. Evil comes in many forms. This man has tried to define us, but no more.
But still have Step of the Wind. I can just do a quick little jump over here. Action Surge, Flare. Still jump. Step the Wind. And you're all surprised.
Of course.
Got Mintian. Already in Balding Nate. You've been enjoying the run so far. It's been great. It's been great. What do I like here? A black hole. Shriek. Let's get a spike bulb here. You're dazed and bleeding. So I can go multi-attack on you for auto crits and 9 more damage per hit. Scholar of the Shriek, you get absolutely fucked up. Let's go for that on you. I like a haste action too, so we're gonna take a speed pot, put it on the ground here. take a spike bulb. Put it in this fire. Pops the potion of speed. Have that. Click Slay. What if we just clicked Slay more? Isn't that a cool strat? We just kept clicking Slay.
On your command.
No question, comment, hit me.
Ready for battle.
You don't have good spell save DC right now, do you, Minty? Sick. You know, we'll absolutely style on this poor individual. Yeah. 106. Overall, moral of the story: the Slayer on Slayer super viable playstyle provided appropriate buff work. It requires a lot of game knowledge to get to a point where it is good, and there's other things you could do with your character that are better, but it's more than viable with appropriate support. I think it's probably doable solo instead of duo, with what I've learned here. Just a very, very fiddly. Very fiddly.
What now?
And now that Minty has called a week. Automatically turn that on. Buddy has done Dark Urge, planning to use co-op, just want to be able to coach him on how to use Slayer. Don't. Don't. Just let him play his character.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Character builds are going to be stronger than the Slayer. That's one flavorful thing you can do, and in some builds you can have enough investment that it works as an emergency button. Build your run for easiest honor solo run. Fighter. Just Eldritch Knight Archer Fighter. You click arrows. If you need more arrows, you click Action Surge, and then you click more arrows. That's it. It's the whole gameplay. Extremely reliable, extremely powerful. Eldritch Knight gives you a lot of, like, a very deep utility bag.
Our enemies still draw breath.
No one stopped me yet.
If it is for the best. Do we have a target?
Wretched thing. Pull yourself together.
Fresh orders?
Nothing hurts anymore.
Anyone hits you, use your reaction for shield? Yeah.
There can be no respite.
The investigation, please. Why? Why? Money, that's why. And the camp so it doesn't break invis. The greater invis was a just in case strat.
Never a dull moment. One day I'll catch a break.
The fake investigation check. Yeah, I was hoping it was a fake one. Simply touch the box.
Our enemies are everywhere.
That stack of 6 tadpoles. We take those. Alright, just 2 more to finish off Minty.
What to do?
There's one in the Seal Watcher Foundry, there's one in Gortash's safe in the bank, but there's definitely easier ones to get. Gortash's parents, that's 2.
At the ready. Something's on my mind.
Perhaps he has... And he has you. In optimist that I am, I hope you are of...
I think I could be the hero
It
the
is a
city
study
needs.
of the Slayer, and may give you a much-needed... I would...
Okay, so the perk that a Dirge who is already the Slayer gets from that is a new move they can use in Slayer form.
Let's have a look.
Oh, very big stuff. I can't turn back into the Slayer yet until I region travel or long rest. Let's do some shopping. Have Star in with me. Let's grab a Star in for a little shopping. Need to check Dareth for vigilance elixirs.
Precious little Bal babe.
But I also want Asarion to buy Birthright and then wear that.
Step quick.
If you are a city official here,
You're sure to find what you're looking for.
Birthright, Ring of Regen. I like Vestal Soul Rejuvenation. I'm gonna play around that at some point. Quick Spell Gloves are cool, but not necessary on this build. Don't care about the rest of this really. This doesn't hurt to grab. Actually, no. We buy Birthright first. Equip it. Works out to be +1 persuasion. Now we buy more stuff. Freezing Sphere memes. What do you want to do? They're funny. Yeah, it's Act 3. I can buy what I want. Money's no object. Don't need Stone Skin Scrolls anymore. Now the Minthara has Permablade Ward. We will grab Remove Curse where it's available. I think I'm covered on Dimension Door. I will take Shatter for Thunder application. I could do some funny stuff with Planar Binding. Any person, same story. new move you get for already being Slayer and getting the Slayer book. Piercing Growl. It's a move that Orin can do in Slayer form. It's a big conal AoE that does piercing damage. And if they fail a save, they get frightened. I believe it also applies bleeding.
By my oath.
We run this. Minthara just gets Blade Ward every turn, automatically. If she's out of combat and I'm in combat, I'll have to have her cast Blade Ward, but that's fine, that's why she still knows it. Freezing Sphere is for funny pickpocket memes.
How about this? Here we go.
Hop, hop. Noble stock is why the customers came. We were out. This'll help. I'll be able to propagate a...
For a conscience after all? Wow, that's different dialogue. I guess, there's a lot of different parameters the game checks there. She knew I had a noble stock. You can have a dialogue there where she, is very outwardly grateful for you giving her the noble stock, but I assume that requires her somehow not knowing that you have it. And she somehow knew that I had it. You can get a cat for like her. Everyone should have a cat. Everyone who wants a cat should have a cat. Everyone who wants a cat and is responsible enough to provide for a cat and will be kind to said cat should have a cat. I hate that I had to qualify that so much. People suck. Cats are great though.
Still in control. Just glad to have an ally.
Hello, my dear. It's...
And camp.
Have I been this way before?
Now I go back to Rivington and we commission the statue. Naked, of course. Could I have Minthara commission the statue? It's a dirge inspo to have that commissioned, but could I have Minthara do it? Science. A naked Minty statue in camp would be funny.
You need my expertise. Advance. Who are you calling this?
Storming the statue still work? No, they fixed that a while ago.
Sorry, red caps working in your circus?
When I speak, you listen.
Okay, Minty.
Darling, brows are bespoke. Oh, my wife shall... I'll have... Yes! I has lots of stuffs. Just for you.
By that. Buy the cheap stuff. Says he buys a Divine Bone Shard.
Can't give up now. Another step forward.
Lucretius is our coffee hookup, though I haven't actually used the coffee in quite some time. We might not need coffee.
Let's see what this does.
What's the plan? Incident involving a child. Nothing to do.
Yeah, I think with a star in, I'll actually go boo. We go over here to Ferg, put a star in the group, talk to Ferg. I'll have him do the talking
I'd
here.
like some time to talk.
Ferg is one of the Sharans.
What can I do for you, my friend?
And if you didn't have Shadowheart kill the Night Song, then that guy disappears from the game if Shadowheart is in the party when you talk to him. And he's got some very good gear. You don't want that to happen.
This way.
Refugees can't stay here in Rivington. We're a danger to all of us.
Got diseases? Any one of them could be a spy for you.
These wretches have nowhere to call home. Alas, you cannot eat grandmother's ashes, nor can you easily trade a golden candelabra for a bowl of... A pity more don't share your open mind. I'd tell you more, but they value discretion above all. As do I.
Give yourself advantage to start.
Perhaps you are cannier than I first gave credit to be.
Okay.
I have some very
Outrider Longbow.
special wares reserved.
Plus 3 initiative.
Exclusive
You want that
clientele.
item. Buy that item. Don't think about it. Buy the item. Get Cold Snap too. Nymph Cloak could be useful. We'll buy it. He has an Ice Storm Scroll. We'll buy that too. No, I'm kidding about that. The Nymph Cloak. Tell him some poison. Not gonna use it. His Freezing Sphere. A backpack. Yep.
We're a danger to all of us.
Let's move.
Had that happen to myself. I was curious about what he'd do. I was hoping he'd end up in the house group. Guess not. A harder longbow for me. Yeah, if you miss out on that, you're stuck with Bow of Awareness. If you got that. If you didn't, then oof.
Still breathing, despite everything. Always makes my day better.
So now, because of gear, plus 11 initiative, no alert. Or vigilance elixir.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Mr. Glenn, how you doing?
One day I'll catch a break.
There's the Minty statue. Endara the Relentless, true soul of the Absolute. I mean, sure. At one point. Now that I know about the Elven Chain Monk synergy, I don't feel so bad. Yeah, powerful combo. Save here. Is other Hellrider's Pride and Bow? I don't think so. We could test drive Slayer. Let me make sure I'm staying up to date on Blight Scrolls and Ice Storm. If Ice Storm, am I out of Blight? Might have run out of Blight Scrolls. I guess that's... Hey, we finally found a use for, Cazador's staff. Gives you a cast of Blight. Finally found a use. Took a while, but we did it. I'm proud of you, chat. That was all you. Good job. Yeah, I guess I'll just do Ice Storm.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
See the city up on the hill.
It's been 8.5 hours already. Ooh. I want to do this this fight to test out the Slayer stuff, and then we probably call it. Tomorrow will be hitting level 12 in pretty short order. Potions. Yeah, tomorrow will be level 12 in pretty short order. And Orin, because that gives us another piece of gear that should affect the Slayer. And then we see what other content we want to do in the run. In the way of the optional bosses and such.
Here we go.
No more rest for the wicked.
Better be cautious. A knife in the dark. This calls for careful footwork.
Why does Dolor get all the fun?
Seems.
No surprise. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Piercing Growl. On a save, that still did 24. It's not save for half damage. It's spammable. Yeah, no, it says save for half damage. That is not save for half damage. That's full damage. Alright. Ballast armor W right here. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get Minty ballast armor.
Caution.
And then figure out how she's maintaining damage reduction. Maybe Force Conduit Shield plus Defender Flail. Maybe she goes Abjuration. gonna give her Blade Ward. Make sure it's good. We'll shriek. Black hole stand on your ass. Someone say spam. Well, let me click the funny button real quick. I have Step of the Wind, so I can just jump over here. Put Slay. Put Slay. Right here, and we can click Slay.
Hideous creatures. They sow paranoia and mistrust. Do we have a target?
Use the Cloud Giant, the Force Conduit, Halberd could be nice. I was thinking, well, she would have to do damage to get mileage out of that Halberd. The shield builds it up passively, or more accurately, it just keeps you at 1 stack constantly. So with Defender Flail and Force Conduit Shield, that's a passive 2 DR for the physical types. The problem is I don't have the DR to all the other types anymore. So if I take anything other than those damage types, it'll meaningfully impact Minty unless I,
Human flesh. Somebody's been enjoying them.
unless I get her DR from, like, Abjuration Wizard levels. Which I could. She's Divination right now. Could go Abjuration. Spirit of the Run and all. Yeah, Spirit of the Run and also, I don't know if even on a Slayer support, like, I want her doing other things with her action. I want her casting Haste like she did right there. Haste is desirable here because if I was running, let's say I was running Haste and Bloodlust, extra attack does not apply to those. If I did the full bore opener of starting the fight, you know, I action surge, and then I transform, my main action and my action surge action will each get extra attacks, so that'll be 6 attacks. If I get a kill with any of those, I get a Bloodlust action, which I can use on Growl. And if I'm hasted, I can use that action on Growl as well. So I could potentially attack 6 times and Growl twice in a turn. And I think that's optimal, damage-wise. Wisdom save for that Frighten. Failed saving throw. It's only DC 12. No, it's a Constitution save. It just says Wisdom. So it's a Constitution save. So if they're bleeding, they have disadvantage on saving on that. Reverb can reduce that as well. So if I have Minty Reverb someone and bleed them, which she can do both with a Spike Bulb since her boots make her apply Reverb whenever she applies a condition, that should make the Growl pretty consistent. And if she has Ballast Armor, they will be receiving double damage from it as well. I could even have her Amulet of Branding
I hope this is important.
someone so they take double damage
For your sake.
from it as well. We got lots of options here. Very big things coming. I hadn't planned on leading into this action search thing so often, but it's cool. It's cool. I could, in that opener, instead of one of those Growls, I could Psionic Overload, actually, to get that psychic damage on all of the clicks of Slay or multi-attack. Multi-attack with Psionic Overload is good damage with Resonant Stone, which I do have on right now. And Resonant Stone gives advantage on physical checks, excuse me, not saves. So it's completely fine to use and still have my consistent effect application. Would I want to run Bloodlust, or do I start running Battle Mage for that Arcane Acuity? I feel like Battle Mage makes the most sense. I don't even have an Elixir on right now. Yeah, we've got lots of options. The game is opened up right now. I can go get 2 more wisdom from Mirror of Loss if I want to improve my spell save DC. I was thinking dexterity, so I could have that initiative while already in Slayer form. And also I would get that armor class. Level 12 I get another feat. Do I have athlete right now? No. I have Tavern Brawler, Resilient. What's my 3rd feat? What's my other feat? Hacking and slashing over spell saves. It would improve the consistency on my hacking and slashing applying Flesh Rot, which is vulnerability to all damage. Pretty crazy effect. But yeah, that'll be it for today. Hope you guys have been enjoying the Slayer run. I certainly have. Almost time to start thinking about what the next playthrough is going to be. So that'll be cool. Anyone live feel like raiding right now? Not really. Find someone you like, support them and stuff. I appreciate you guys, and have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow.